Good evening and welcome. So we're starting a bit early, and that is of course Pixie's fault. Pixie just decided to jump up, so I thought, why not just start a couple of minutes early while Pixie is around. So you can see Pixie is getting bigger. I had a friend over. She was like, they're a bit chunky, aren't they? So yeah, maybe Speedy will have to change name to Chunky instead of Speedy's, or maybe I need to stop feeding them so much when they're indoor cats. They got a new play toy, so they are running around like crazy, but they might still be a bit overfed. Don't know. So I hope you guys have had a great Easter. But yeah, they're not really super interested in sitting here. So patience. That's one adorably content looking kitty. Yeah, there's not much to complain about when you're a little kitty like Pixie. Yeah. So they're having a good time, and they're causing all sorts of ruckus, and I just cannot for the life of me get them, not so much Pixie but Speedy. I cannot get Speedy to not jump on the table. It's just impossible. And I think it ends up like all cat owners ends up with just being like, all right, you can be on the table, and I hate it. So I tried the whole splashing of water, and Pixie's just like jumps back on the table. All right, well, that did not work. So oh no, it's I don't think you can hear the purring, but you can try tinfoil. Yeah, they'd rip the tinfoil apart. I tried having like a band of tape on the kitchen counter so that they would jump up and then get stuck and then sort of just be like, that's a sticky, annoying, and then they'll stop. They're like, just ripped it down and just started playing with it. Like, yeah, they just don't. Try bananas. Bananas? Also, like orange peel is also someone said. I'll try that. But nothing really seemed. Speedy is just doesn't care. So Pixie gets a little bit. Pixie's not really doing it. Pixie knows that not to do it, but also gets a little bit. So Pixie just wants to be in control of whether it's Pixie coming to me or me coming to Pixie. Then it's just they're like, nope, on my terms, as always. Like typical with a cat, right? It's always on their terms. So, right, now I'm not multitasking, so I can just talk. It can be dangerous for cats, but I'm no vet. I'd look it up for sure. They don't need it. Orange peel. Right, I don't know. Thank you for sharing. I'll look it up before trying anything extreme like orange peel. It also kind of depends probably on whether they're eating it or not. Anyway, so we're back. I'm back from vacation, and the funny thing is, like, it was 4 days in a row that I wasn't streaming. That's crazy, right? In the meantime, I've been putting up the rest of Terra Nil, not because I felt that, oh my god, this is gonna get me the most views ever, but it was like, you know what, I started the game, it's kind of a fun game, let me just play it, then have some content that's easy for me to make, and then there'll be something during the Easter, and it fits so that the last video came out yesterday, and then today was of course the Factorio, and then we can go on. So yeah, hope my vacation was fun. Yeah, so it wasn't. Thank you, Bartek. Appreciate it. And I know that a few people enjoyed it, but it's also like I need to get something on YouTube that's actually popular, because that's kind of that's the thing we need to work on. So a few more first looks, and thanks Everlist for coming up with two good suggestions for next week for first look videos. Also, I want to do some more small land. I've been thinking about it, and I think that it's again sort of with so many games, and it's kind of it's becoming a pattern for you people who are watching regularly, that at the end of a first look stream or first let's try stream, I usually get sort of a little bit frustrated about sort of like, what am I supposed to do, how am I supposed to play this game? And I think that's just me being me, of just not enjoying, not understanding things, and just being frustrated when I don't really get it. And what I need to do, maybe take it as a lesson for yourself if you feel the same way. Perspective is a good thing. So if you're gonna get stuck, then just wait until next day, and then it's kind of like, okay, well, maybe I should just farm a little bit more, and then before progressing, and then maybe I just need to treat it more like Valheim, where you spend more time farming and grinding before progressing with the mission. And maybe I was just pushing it a little too far, because there were a lot of things that I could build but didn't build, and maybe that would be like a thing for me to try. And then the prospect of, well, there might be some movement options later on. So, you know, that's definitely something that is, I feel that the background noise from Factorio is really loud. It's the biter sounds. Wind, simulation, walking, GUI sounds, alerts, effects. Game effects is 40. It's always louder when you're on the title screen. So if I jump in to the actual game, well, now there's no music, but at least it's not exactly like the game will run away from us if we are just having it in the background. Yeah, the title screen is always like exceptionally loud. Okay, so what was I saying? Really been enjoying the Terraformed? Terra Nil, maybe? It could run away as it's self-expanding. You're right, but it's not sentient yet. It's not GPT-4 yet. So we're kind of we're kind of not there. So what was I talking about? I was talking about something. Oh yeah, I was talking about small land and sort of my perspective on new things. So leaving it aside, thinking about it, and I thought, like, you know what, as someone said at the end of the stream, I was like, oh, it's almost there. And someone was like, yeah, but for a 0.2 version, almost being there is pretty damn good. And I was like, and now I thought about it, like, yeah, that's actually correct. That it's the very first release of an early access game, and it does stuff really well. So we are going to give it another go, another shot, and see. Particularly, I'm going to weigh sort of popularity versus enjoyment, or not versus and enjoyment. Like, there's this thing I'm looking at. Like, popularity has to be popularity plus my enjoyment has to be adding up to 100%. And if I enjoy it very much, then I'm okay that it's not as popular, Darkest Dungeon, for example. Or if it's super popular, then I don't have to enjoy it so much. That's like, and later on in a series, for example, when I've been playing like Satisfactory, for example, that was like the last case where I was kind of getting bored with it. But yeah, you know what? There are okay views and okay engagement, so you know, I'll keep playing it a little bit more, um, and then it'll sort of keep going, and it'll just make sure that it's still fun and worthwhile for me to play it. So that's the part. So that'll be sort of gauging it. We'll continue with that tomorrow. I'll also be making a first look video tomorrow for YouTube, so that sort of bridging that, luring maybe some people more over to watch that. So if you don't know what Smallland is, you should check out my first look video tomorrow, and then come by the stream in tomorrow evening. Right. So a little bit about vacation. So I took 4 days of vacation. I hope you guys have had a good vacation as well. 4 days of vacation sounds like I went somewhere. I didn't. I didn't go in. Well, I didn't go on a journey trip or anything. I was just staying home. I had some dinner with friends, family, dates, that kind of thing, and going out, and that just happened to be 4 days in a row. So that was why I took 4 days of streaming off. Yeah, until a new massive game comes out. I have a few hours in Smallland. It has potential. Awesome. Until like a major release comes out of Dyson Sphere, I think Dyson Sphere is going to be the first. Dyson Sphere, Satisfactory, Factorio, right? One of those big ones, or another game comes out and just blows us away with just must play all the time. Then I will allow myself to take more days off from streaming here and there, just to do other things, because this is again, if you have any control over your work hours, it's so often that, okay, you are hired at this level. This level is it could be anything depending on where you are, and then when there's a crunch time, you have obviously deliver more, and everyone's like, yeah, but this is expected part of the work, that you are delivering more when it's crunch time. Yeah, but if this is the average, and then you add more, the average increases, right? And if you don't have equal parts compensating when it's downtime, then you're just it's only adding more, and then it might fall down to normal, and it only adds more. But it should be more, and then when there's nothing urgent, massive, no major release, then you have to be able to go to do less. If you have to do more at some point, you should also be able to do less at other points without anything. And that's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm just going like, okay, when Dyson Sphere comes out, I'm just definitely going to do a subathon, that kind of thing. That's like massive. We're going to be streaming many hours and just putting out videos all the time, all that stuff, right? But until then, yeah, I mean, taking a Tuesday off, as I will do next week, to see some friends from high school, is just gonna be like, yeah, I'm just gonna do that. So hope you don't forget me when I'm a few days away once in a while. And yeah, that's kind of how I want to do it. That's why I'm deciding to take some days off once in a while. Generally, I don't think that I need to be streaming 6 days a week to make things fit. I think that 5 days a week is plenty. And I would hope that if your subscription goes or expires on a day that I'm not streaming, then hopefully the next day you will renew your subscription anyway. So I hope there are a few of the expired subscriptions from the last 4 days that will be renewed today. That's kind of how I hope it is for the people who are long-time subscribers.
Our illustrious
Lucy, thank you for the 60 months.
Welcome.
Oh, why not just now? Why not just now? Thank you. Nothing really from days off. take care of yourself. And as you said, when a big release hits, you'll have enough work. Absolutely. Thank you. Appreciate it. And I know you guys are super supportive. Like that's the best thing about like the audience for a streamer. Like any streamer will always, like, if they take a day off, they're still always going to be so understanding. Of course, there's also a bias towards no one in this community would be like, well, fuck you, get to work. Hopefully not. There might be like a short-term member of the community then. Barthik, thank you very much for the tier 2 for 3 metric years. 3 metric years indeed. Yeah, slacker. Exactly. Like, slacker, come on. You get paid for this. Get to work. Get back to work.
Our illustrious champion
Makona,
returns.
thank you for the 9 months.
Welcome
Happy
home.
Easter. Happy Easter indeed. Yeah, so Friday will also be a Darkest Dungeon stream, and we'll also be talking a little bit more on some of those topics that that we've been talking about on these streams as previously. So the sort of the mature topics will be left, and I have some interesting topics for us to to broach. So that's gonna be nice, and it's actually interesting. Like, a lot of my friends have been like, you're doing that on Friday? That's so cool. I want to hear that. Oh, like, how does this Twitch thing, is that the same as YouTube? Like, oh my god, this is gonna take a while. So it's interesting. I would just wish that I could sort of there is a genuine interest in my surroundings about this kind of topic, and actually doing this as a live stream. Now I wish I could sort of reach a more general audience. So I think that's going to be a fun thing to play with while there's just waiting for the next big release, or doing something different.
Subscriber.
RJS Locks, thank you for the Prime, and welcome to the community. All right, cool. Right, so what are we going to do today? Well, we're going to do a workshop, a Factorio workshop. And Paranoid Snow, thank you for the Prime.
Returns. Welcome home.
Aren't you here earlier than usual, Paranoid Snow? I sort of, or maybe it's just that I got this sort of the
champion returns.
you
welcome home.
How's it? My intuition with you, Paranoid Snow, is that you show up in the middle of a hype train, and that's technically was in the middle of a hype train.
Our illustrious
So,
champion returns.
well, hopefully not middle, but somewhere in the hype train for sure. Somewhere. And then we missed a few things. And Michael for tier 3 for 51 months. Oh no, 51 months. It's actually adding up, right? 51 months. Not a lot of people have more than 51 months. 51, that's crazy. And Michael with a tier 2 for 46 months.
Champion returns. Welcome home.
And Barthik dropping 20 subs. Thank you so much, Barthik. 30 months ago. Made quite an entrance there.
Welcome home.
And have been extremely reliable and steady on sort of, a lot of people come in and just do a burst of just generosity, and then it falls down. Yours has not been falling down at all. It's been absolutely amazing. So thank you so much, Barthik, for all of your support. And I can't even, whew, that is amazing. Starting to feel a bit old now. Well, it doesn't get better. I'm sorry. I wish I could say it gets better. Quebecamold, thank you for the 31 months. And
our illustrious champion returns.
You see me, Ginoa, thank you for the 16 months. And the Scorch, thank you for the 11 months. And Silver Cecil, thank you for the 15 months. Always there for triggering those trains 15 months ago. Yeah. For the last 15 months, it's been reliably adding bits to trigger trains. Hello, Jones from Denmark. Where might you be from? Kindergarten is fun. 51 months? Yeah. Kindergarten is fun. Yeah, it's not too stressful. Whew. Wow, that was one hell of a start. I didn't even change away from my loading screen. So I might as well jump on into it now that we are hype training. So what are we going to do today? Follow me. You look younger than I expected. Oh, I love that. I love that. I'm just gonna pounce on that comment. Thank you, Palisada, and welcome. What the hell does that mean? I mean, I'm not. That sounded a bit too offensive. That's not what I meant. I'm just curious when people like, oh, I thought you were something, or I thought you were older, I thought you had glasses, I thought you were Asian. Yeah, I get that. Like, wow. Silver Cecil, thank you for the 200 bits. Your voice sounded older. I don't know. I think I'll oh, hold on. Then yeah, I know Krupels, but so Palasida, how old am I? If you think I sounded older than I am, then the question is then maybe I just look younger than I am, or maybe I, yeah, don't know. For a while now on YouTube and streams, just haven't interacted with you before. Awesome. I love those comments that just confidently assume that I'm German. Like, oh, nothing like a good German engineering. It's like, well, that's an odd comment when a Dane plays a Czech game. But okay, I guess like in interpolating between the two is probably gonna be maybe somewhere in Germany. Could be. Damn, Palisade, I know you're not my friend anymore. It does not sound German. Where does that come from? I don't know. Austrian. Well, I just answered that. Anyway, let me say we are on a level 2 hype train on our way, maybe, towards the level 3. If we get to a level 5, the usual rules apply that I will add an extra hour to the stream at this to the stream. So we're down. Oh, whoa! On my overlay site, it says it said 1 minute and 20, but now the announcement says 60 seconds left. So I guess there isn't a whole lot of time left. So what is it? 9 subs to level 3, or we just or not. Whoa, Bartek, thank you so much for carrying us to level 3. Thank you so much, Bartek. Carrying us to level 3. You also know that don't go too close to the edge. All right, so if we want to get to level 4 and even level 5, then someone else can join. But otherwise, we'll try it again. It's like, I'm Scottish, so I should be alcoholic, which, although true, is stereotyping. All right. Okay, yeah. I guess not so keen on stereotyping. Of course, there's always going to be like a reason for stereotyping, but that's not necessarily a current reason. All right. While you contemplate whether we should get an extra hour or whether we should move on from level 3 and onto level 4, then I'll be trying to explain what this base overall is, so that in case you don't know anything about it, you can get into it. So, what is this base? Is it actually self-expanding right now? It must be, since it does something. The idea of this base is that it is a Factorio base that can expand itself continuously, and then it'll expand based on needs of the ever expanding base. So it'll basically, when the whole thing is done, it'll be, we start it up, and then it'll start from a little square, and then it'll just keep building up more and more and more, and that will be the objective. We're making a lot of constraints in terms of what we want to, or what we include in the model to begin with, but that's in order for us to get something working. Once we get something working, we can then add more features to the project. And this is very much being addressed like an IT project, where we start scoping, we start on something that delivers some value, but can also be like a foundation, build the infrastructure first. And that's the reason why we have spent 8 hours and not have much more to show for it than pretty much not much here. Why are we not expanding? I thought we would be expanding here. That's actually really odd. That one. And then I have typed, this is the core of the part. Thank you, Lunis. And the Scrooge, thank you for the 1500 bits. Thank you. So one person wanted to push it onwards to level 4. Okay, so it did actually expand out here. How do you get initial resources? That's one of the constraints. You can see there are no resources, no water, no cliffs on the map. Those are all things that I will add later on. But if I had to do something as complex as identifying resources and finding them, that would be incredibly difficult to do before doing the basics. So I'm going to do the basics of assuming that we have infinite resources and then building the factory from there. So it'll be sort of stamping down those blocks, seeing if it works, building it bigger, and then going from there. So let me just explain what we have. Let's see, 2 minutes left. Look at each other, see if we want to go. Kupa. Will the base make an empty skeleton first, and then build what needs in each block, or need frames, or make new frames as needed? It'll make the new frames. It'll make a new frame when there's something that needs to be added. We'll come to the logic. Paranoid Snow, thank you for the 1,000 bits. All right, 21% through the level. So this thing here, the way it works is, if we go closer, there is one mod that is central to this, and that is this one, the Blueprint Deployer. And Bartek with the 1,000 bits. All right, so we went to the bits now. 28% and about 1 minute left. So if look around, see if anyone wants to get us there. Oop, did I just break something? No, don't think so. Don't think we're gonna get it, but that's okay. All right, so this one is basically when you put a blueprint in here, or blueprint book, it will, 60 seconds, then it will put that blueprint based on the criteria that it gets inbound, such as an X and Y coordinate of where it stamps it down, and then also, since it's a blueprint book, where it will. Woo! Cement Cat, thank you for the tier 3. All right, so 30 seconds left. It's still like 16 subs away from completing. And then it will build a new block. Right now we'll build a generic block. And then... Oh my god, Bartek, you are insistent.
Shall enter the fray.
Thank you so much, Bartek. With 20 seconds or so left. All right, well... I guess someone should be encouraging that now we're up to level 4 and we can't let poor Bartek carry the whole... carry the water here. So let me explain how this works. Paranoid Snow, thank you for 4,000 bits. All right, that's a massive boost forward. I don't know if that was enough for making it without, if it wasn't for Bartek jumping it. It's been a while since I pushed the train, and it is good to see. We're on the way to an extra hour already. Well, it depends. You can think about that for 4 minutes and panic in the last 20 seconds. Anyway, this is the main cycle of it. It basically goes insert into here, which triggers a new... No, that is only trigger construction bot signal equal blueprint is... Okay, construction bot signal... This one is active when it gets a signal of a blueprint bot. And it gets a signal from a blueprint bot when... It gets it from the main loop here. So we'll... this is the deployment loop. And the idea is that in this blueprint book, we will have a blueprint for every type of sphere that we want. Or sphere. Every type of city block that we need. So there's a green circuit, there's a copper, there's a science labs, that kind of thing. It's all in this lab. And we haven't designed those at all. And that's what we're going to do. Then basically it goes over here, deploys, gets a take now immediately. Ooh, Triple X, thank you for the 1,000 bits. All right. I think that since this is our best chance of getting that extra hour, then if anyone wants the extra hour, then this is the train for getting it today. Pretty sure. Then it goes over here. The reason why it goes on this belt is because I actually need to have a weight condition. Naxax, thank you for the 600 bits. And Everlist joining in with a casual 6 tier 3 gift subs. And that's actually enough. 6 tier 3 gift subs is the same as 30 normal gift subs. 30 normal gift subs. Thank you so much, Everlist. And what a way to just smash it in so we can focus on the game and not on the hype train. Battle Wars, thank you for the 18 months.
Enter the fray.
And the Scorch, thank you for 10 gifts up, pushing it onwards. Amazing. Amazing, man. Sashini dumping in with 31 months, and then we have actually achieved that extra hour already. Good thing, because I've been still just explaining. I'm explaining this for 2 reasons. To catch you up, and for me to understand it again, because it's complicated. This condition will stop the robots, or stop the belt when the number of available robots... Yeah, it seems... I seem to remember the tier 3s are better for vanilla. Yes, that is true. The way is that a tier 3 costs the same as 5 tier 1s. But for me, how much I get for it corresponds to 7 tier 1s.
A
So
new subscriber. Come,
it's
steal yourself. We are building
it's
an
less for
army.
for Bezos and more for me. How do we pick the blueprint? Yes, that's a good point. And Deli Bay, thank you for the prime and welcome. Okay, so the way it selects the blueprint is that it gets a signal in here on the green wire. The green wire comes from here. This one. This has a reset the blueprint that has just been deployed. Do I understand what that means? Read hand content. Enable when it gets a signal. Okay, so now it's here waiting for the signal. The signal will come on the green wire. Why does it not go in there? It seems so weird. Why does it not? How do I get in there? Yeah, so there it got the signal to go in, and the way that it gets the signal is from the other loop. So I'm coming back to that. I'm coming back to that. Right, this one I'm not really feel like it's working. This one is supposed to be blocking. Enable when. Oh, right. This one is enabled when the amount of available construction bots is less than the total construction bots, which means this one is enabled when the robots are busy. The reason is that it goes over here, and I don't want it to go back in here immediately, so I go over here, and then I need to make sure that the robots are actually flying out. This is also a condition that will work in case, I don't know what case that would be, but but it makes sure that I don't restart the loop. So just make sure that, okay, if the robots are flying out, then you are allowed to pass on, because this one is only triggered when the robots are back. So that ensures that the robots have been flying out and they've returned. And only they flying out, then I can go to this tile. Coming back, then I can go to this tile. And this is the waiting position, which waits until it gets a new command. And that only goes from this tile to this tile when all the robots are idle, when you reach an idle state. And then we can now say this gets a command. It gets a command of the construction bot. This logic here is extra trailing space. 60 seconds left on the hype train. We've already achieved everything we want from this hype train, so thank you very much. If you want to join in on the glorious train, you are very welcome to. This here is the one that identifies where the next one is going to be placed. So the next one will be placed here, and then up there, and then out here. So that's made by extra trailing space, a user who was brilliant enough to make this. You can see here that it returns some X and Y coordinates relative to here. So let's go like the next one is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and then once this one is done, you can see now there we go. Now we go into this location. But this one is just continually working. I can reset it with a button here, and that gets converted into true X and Y coordinates so that it displaces a city block wide in each location. So this is logic for location. Thank you for the level 5 hype train. Peronet Snow and Barthak are the hype train conductors. Thank you. This is a reset mechanism. This is the one that increments the this part to one more signal. Now this over here is the main loop. This is old, but this is the new one. This is very small and very compact, and now it triggers again. No, it doesn't trigger again. It has. We need to change it to the signal, to coin signal. Everything needs to be changed to coin signal. Okay. There. All right, so this is the main loop, and basically this loop will be repeated. It'll basically go get on the global wire, comes in here, the global green wire. The global green wire is information from the network and deployer to function. This is the functional loop, and it'll get information from the network, which is basically the entire base. What do we need? Hasn't been built yet. And it'll get this information from the deployer. This is the deployer that tells us what are we in the state of building the next city block. So we don't want to have this loop here pick up while it's still building one tile, because we need to make sure that it actually is done with that tile. Now, then it will receive from the deployer. What will it receive? It will receive, now we just simulated things, it'll receive that we need one iron plate. Hey, Sir Conrad, thank you for the 43 months. And if Mitchell move copper, yeah. And then it'll get a T input signal of 7, and that will come back to, because that's the part I'm most proud of. This T is related to my master's thesis that I wrote 25 years ago, and I'll just bring it for you. Catter income. Ta-da! My master's thesis. 200 pages of awfulness. And the title is Real-Time Resource Allocation for Courier Operations. 7th of October 2005. This thick boy here. And it is using a taboo search algorithm that I haven't really been using in all of my academic life. Or I've used it in my academic life, all of my adult work life. I had this algorithm and I didn't use it. And now I am I'm a YouTuber, I'm a streamer, and here I am implementing the algorithm from my master's thesis. It's fucking amazing. So if anyone just feels like, well, are you really using your education? I'll go like, a hell of a lot more than I did in my corporate life. A hell of a lot more. Like, there is not a lot of situations where I have been in with my being a project manager, program manager, line manager, or senior manager, where I've been like, you know what? I think a taboo search algorithm would be appropriate to solve this problem. And even if I did, I'd be like, what? Everyone wouldn't get it. So the fact that we can add a taboo search algorithm is great, and I'll explain it as part of this functional overview here. Yeah, that's something oh man, I'm so proud of that. A taboo search. Have you tried writing ChatGPT? No, back in my days, I had to write them myself. I didn't have the luxury of having an AI write it for me. All right, so the way it goes is that this will communicate to the loop, this functional loop, what is required. And I just built one template function for iron. And this one identifies if iron is equal to 1, then it starts up the command. It goes on the green wire. It's going to be really difficult to trace it through. I'm doing this both for you and for me. This one goes in here, and this converts it just into a blue signal. The blue signal is going in here. 2 conditions are necessary to be true for it to actually pull in from this loop. One is that this particular resource is required, yes, and the other one is that it is not currently in a taboo state. The green one means that it is ready to function. The yellow one means that it is in process, and the red one means that it is currently in taboo, so it is not allowed to come in here. And we'll get to that. But let's assume that it comes in here. Then it gets put into this box. I will be monitoring the hand content. The hand content will be, you can see that it goes both on the green wire and the red wire. We'll trace the red wire first. Red wire goes over to this one and that one. This has, and this is answer to Bartek's question, finally, we're not forgotten. This has 7. And next one will be 8 and 9 and 10. But 7 is referred to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The 7th blueprint is iron smelting, and that's the one that gets deployed. And that means I have built a generic thing that I can just copy paste. I can change this to copper. Then I change this one to 8. And that's it. That's all I need to do for this one to work for any and all things. And that's something I was really keen on, making sure that I had a blueprint or a function that was just repeatable for every single thing. Then I'm sure that now that I think of it, it could probably also be wrapped up into a single function instead of replicating it 21 times. I am not smart enough to do that, at least not yet. All right, so this used to be a landmine. This is also why I'm tracing it, because I can then debug it. It will also send a green signal, and that will come into this one. This one says if it's a landmine, which I'll now change to. Okay, scrolling these. Shit, it's not up. The blueprint is not updated. The mod is not updated. 3.1. Let me see. I don't think I updated the mod from last time. There you go. Yes, there it is. Are you sure you want to trust? Yes, my moderators, I always trust them. I kind of wouldn't be able to function without trusting my moderators. So that is the little mod that was updated. I will just copy it into the game folder. Well done. Saves, backup, and mods, and then done. Do I have to restart the whole thing? Yeah, I think I do. Damn, I think I have to restart the whole thing. So if all conditions are favorable and there's more than one of those different runes, will we have some sort of prioritization? Yes, and that prioritization comes from the coin in the loop. The coin can only be going into one of the functions. So it's basically a for loop, but it's made with belts. Let me just check the mod. Why is that not? What happened to that thing? Did I want picadollies? I don't think so. What is it called? Nilos coin. It is version 0.1. Yes, that's all good. We'll go back in. And let's try and see if I can get that signal going here. If you see the Nilos coin somewhere, just shout and go there. Like that. Okay. So this one says, this will trigger on the one tick where it's being input. It'll get sent one tick. Bling, going here. Which means that when this is greater than 0, that means the inserter has picked it up. Then it will send all the stuff that's inbound. What's inbound is the 7, the green, and the coin. Will move on from here and go up on the red signal. The red signal is just out. This goes out of the loop and goes back and goes back. Every time I cross the tracks, it goes in here. And that's the stuff that comes back in here and then triggers this to push it into the next. That's basically the simplest part of it. It's just going bloop, onwards. Then all the rest of it is a little more complicated. This one is a yellow signal. The yellow signal is also coming from the global line, I think, right? Yeah, it's also coming from this one. So the yellow signal, what does the yellow signal come from? That comes from here. Identify condition to exit the function, go to main loop. And that is coming from this line. So again, when this one is enabled, and remember this one was enabled when the robots are idle. So when the robots are idle and then code passes in here, that means it is time for us to tell the functional loop that, okay, we have now deployed, the blueprint, and you can proceed again. That send goes out here. It increments this to the next tile, and then it sends a yellow signal whoop, all the way over. It also resets this this information that it got on construction bots. Then I will reset the signal, which means that it now is now allowed to pick up from this location into that location. Awesome. then yes, it doesn't carry. So the last thing that's needed is all of this down here, which is all just for the turbo search. So let me explain why I need something. So what happens is, let's say the system is running and I identify that I need iron. All right, we need iron. Let's make an iron smelter. So we build an iron smelter. And then we still need iron because it's I just built it and now it's summoning trains and it needs to get all these things going. So if I needed iron and then I stamp down a blueprint, then I'm still gonna need iron because it doesn't come in magically immediately. So I need some way of telling the algorithm, don't keep spamming the same thing, because otherwise it'll be like, oh, I need iron. I still need more iron. I still need more iron. I still need more iron. And now the first one actually comes online and goes like, oh, no, I have enough iron. But now I've also built 5 iron builds after each other. So I need to have some way of telling, if you build something, wait a bit, go on and do something else, even though we still miss this. And the way I do it is by adding it to a taboo list, which means that I basically say for the next X iterations of, for the next T iterations of this loop, I am not going to allow it to build another iron, even though it's necessary. But for the next 7 city blocks I stamp down can't be another iron smelter. It'll have to be something else. Maybe a copper smelter. Maybe a green circuit smelter, a green circuit build. Maybe, oh, we need some red signs now. We also need some sulfuric acid. Oh, let's make more batteries. Okay, and then so on, and then go like, oh, we still need more iron, but now we've at least had like 10 minutes to actually get the iron smelter up and running and process it. So what I need to make sure is that I need a function.
Our illustrious
Thank you, Nis, for the 41 months.
Welcome home.
I need a function. 7 is the index of the blueprint in the book. Yes, it is. Indeed, Cement Cat. Yeah. So listen to Zebra. Yes. So I need a way to tell my algorithm, nope, I'm not allowed to pick it up. And that I do by having 2 conditions must be true for it to pick up. And that's why this one's red. And what I do is I start by, let's see if I can figure this out. Maybe I should start with the end. The condition for me to send a blue signal here, this blue signal goes up there. In order for me to send it, then that means S has to be equal to or greater than T. T, we get that. That's a static one. That's the length of the taboo list is 7. So it could be 5 or 3. It could be anything we want, but we'll try 7. 7 is just a good number. I need to just finish this and then I'll answer the question. So what is S then? Well, S is defined as this one is a memory loop. So this one remembers what it gets in. You can see the input signal is 6 and the output signal is 6. Where does that come from? Well, it comes from... That's really weird. Content. Yes. This doesn't seem to make sense. It doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem right, but it must be though. These are just for coloring. Oh right, it gets it from this one. All right. This one is saying when it receives a icon signal, then it times 1, and then it outputs it as S. Where does it get that signal from? It gets it from this one. So when it sees a coin pass by, it'll increment S by 1. Bloop, bloop. Then this one, just there. Now it reset. Oh, that's reset 6. Then this one is store the number. So this is incrementing by 1, and this one is storing the number up to 6. And then over here it says, is 6 greater or equal to 7? No, it is not. Okay. Then don't send a blue signal. And the blue signal is then the trigger back up here to actually allow it. So if I do this, we'll see that now this light turns off because 7 is equal to 7. And then it will allow it to come up here. Boop. And then I will reset it as well. Now at this point it's in green. Green mode, that means it's... why is it not word processing? Why was the processing command for? Ah. Good. The yellow one. The yellow one means that it is in process of working. Here. It's the green one is it's still in demand. And then once it is done working, it'll get a yellow square signal from here, which means the construction is complete. That happens when the drones are idle. You can see construction bots 99 active, 99 idle out of 120. When it goes to 120 idle or 120 idle out of 120, that's 100. Now we see, and as soon as this hits even number, then it'll get a signal and pass out again. There we go. It passed out. And now this one is now listed as it is in taboo. It is in taboo because the S is equal to 1. And now it'll be coming up here, and then here it is. It's passing by because only one blue signal is correct. And it'll just pass out here and here and here and here and here. On 7 more times. You can see now it goes up to 3, and then it goes up to 7, and then it'll go in here. And then, of course, as I build, as I build the next function, for example, down here, that will be, for example, copper. And then that will be here, will be 8. That's all I need to change. And then I need to hook it up with a green wire to this and a red wire there. And that's all there is to it. And now I also have a red build. Funny how that one actually started by getting an S. Okay, so it actually starts when I add a new one in taboo. That's fine. That's fine, I guess. S5, S1. So this one will reset and become active before. And as you can see, it is in taboo, which it shouldn't be in, but that's just it starts in an idle state of in taboo. There you go. So now it's active, but it doesn't get the command in here to actually pick up there. But if I do that now, then it turns green here, boop, and it goes in. Now it deploys blueprint number 8. That deployed remarkably quick. That does a little bit of worrying, doesn't it? Isn't that a little bit worrying? What did I miss? Huh. It's a little bit concerning, I think. We'll do this one so it loops around. It just went too quick past this. It should have been stuck here, in my opinion. And then... see. There, now it resets, and now it's green, so now it will pick it up on the next round. And this is why it's so difficult to debug. Bloop. Okay, so now it's yellow. That was just really quick. Did it even build it out here? This seems really weird. Did it? What the hell? Is there a blueprint 8? There should be. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it should be this one that stamps down. I just felt it was too quick that it built it. Okay, so it has to be this one. And it has to pass a few more times around. And this loop is what sort of controls everything and makes sure that only one of those can be active at any one time. Can also be done more advanced. Now it gets a trigger signal. And does it build out here? Yes, it does. Okay. Okay, so it's actually just getting... It's because it's using the fast drones now. That's why it builds so quick. Cool. All right, good, good. It's just super quick. Yeah, it's just super quick. So that was... Everything is working. We're all happy. There. And... now I get to see that this really would be cool if... No, oh, okay. finish your sentences, and then negate, even though I found an error in my sentence. So my thought was, this sucks that I have to replicate the same function. Every programmer would hate this, right? Like, I hate the fact that I have to copy pretty much the same function and the same function and the same function, and the only thing is the parameters here. So you probably should be having an array of input that mapped up to an array of outputs. Yes, that would be nice. But then I'm thinking the taboo search also has to be put into the array, because I need to maintain a taboo search or a taboo list for each item. And that's kind of, if it wasn't for that, if it was only like mapping an input function or an input value to an output value, then it would absolutely be some kind of array that I would look through. Yes. But since I also need to maintain this function for everyone, then it's less obvious. If I could build a proper array, I guess what I would need to do is have a 3-column array, one with the input, one with the output, and then what is the S number for this particular one. But I don't know how to build that. And even if I build it, how would I bring it out of this? So that might be something I could just throw out there. If someone wants to help out, then how would you make an array in Factorio so it doesn't become overly complicated? And if you did that, then how would you also be able to store this value? Because if it's just an array that you look up, then I think I can do that, right? I can do something. The way I would do it is that. That's all it is. And then an array here, here, these ones, and basically this one is if that's the number O is equal to 1, then send everything in, and then the everything is the value that I want out, right? What's the value I want out? This one is, for example, when it's iron. So if this would be actually if iron is greater than 0. And then I would have sort of, let's see, it would get the value from here. Boop, boop. And then I'll have a red one goes like this. And now this one inputs all the crap on the main line. And then it says if iron is equal to there, then output this. And then I could sort of, maybe on the red line, get this one back up, for example. But I don't know how I would store it. Bullmite, thank you for joining. You just discovered your YouTube channel, then I followed you on Twitch. Thanks for the content. Thank you very much. All right, I just there was something I said I will come back to that later on, and then Wabunaki, thank you for your questions. It is not quite forgotten. Okay, can also have all blocks emit a signal, and if the block is not using 100%, then you don't emit the signal. And if you build a block, you check if all blocks are running 100% before building another. No, I don't want that. I'll make it a lot simpler than that. I'll basically be monitoring the outbound train stations. If they have a high enough stock value, it's not active. If the stock value is too low, then I'll trigger that we need it. That's how I'm going to be defining whether I need something more. Can you just keep track of how much you have and need for each resource and factory? in the expected gain in resources when you build new. I can do that, and that's something I'm putting. If you do the workshop command, it links to a Confluence site with the design limitations and under constraints. And this is one of the things that I don't want to do now, but eventually I want to build like a little hub that functions and builds the stuff, and only when I have enough to build the next block will I allow this to continue. So it'll be built in as a condition, as a reset condition, for example, here, that says, okay, you're only allowed to start the next deployment when we have enough resources. It'll be added as a condition. That's how I'm. But that's one of those things where I can spend like maybe 2 days on building this. But if I did spend 2 days on building this, then it wouldn't be the most interesting thing. It would be more interesting to have the factory actually build stuff and then come back and say, all right, now we add an extra condition that says, hey, the hub must have additional sufficient resources. Didn't you have something in the current build that stores the value S? So something like this in the array. Yeah, but then the problem is that I don't want to have, or I can't afford to have too many variables. Like I could store as just in a storage loop here, in a storage cell, which would be. The problem is it would also like when am I? This one is just a lookup, but the time of lookup is not the same time as adding things to Debug. Is it? Maybe. I don't know. But anyway, I could put it in a storage box or a storage one here somehow that only sort of triggers in this case, and that would be like S. The problem with it is that I feel that it can be done, but I also feel that it's too complicated for me to figure out, at least at this point. Because so the easiest way that I could do it would be, I would imagine 2 different ways of doing it. One would be, I'm just going to use an A and a B and a C and D, and then I'm running out of variables, and I don't want to rely on having a variable for each of these. That's no good. So then it would, another way would be having it with bit shifts. So basically like having one big number, a binary number, and then the first bit would be iron, the second bit would be copper, the third bit would be steel, and so on and so forth. But then I'd have to have a 21-digit number, which Factorio can't handle. Then I'd have to make it in a, no, that's not on digits, but it would have to be, yeah, it would have to be a binary number. So yeah, it can definitely be done. Then it would be like, I can't remember where I did that or where it has been done. I think it's in, I think I did it with Logistics Train Network. So you divide it by 2. And then basically if the number is 15, then you know that it's 1, 1, 1, 1, and then 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, right? And if it's 27, let's go with smaller number, right? Then we have to count binary. We can do that on our fingers. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, yes, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, right? And that's why you can actually count to 31 on one hand. Pretty clever. Can count 24 numbers, to 32 numbers, but only count to 32, 31. That's good to know. That would be another way to have one single value, but it wouldn't work because it would just identify that it is in taboo, not that it is in 7, 8, or 9 value, or so it wouldn't work. It would have to store it as a value, and that's so. If anyone understands how to do that and has wants to make a mock-up for it, that would be absolutely amazing, and I'd love to. Yeah, Yeah, the network LTN networks are bitwise. Yes, that's why this has like these weird magical numbers. Could you use the bit shift for each? I don't have two numbers encoded in the signal. The bit shift is not good in. I don't know. I haven't tried the bit shift, but does that do that? Maybe. But it also has to be. It's not a binary. It's not. Is it taboo or not? It's actually how far is it in the taboo list? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can see the S value. That's the one I need to store. So I don't think that it would work to sort of consolidate. I don't know how to make it work. Hey, Jakob. Good evening. Yeah. So it seems like a fun challenge for Easter Monday. Your Easter Monday or my Easter Monday? Don't know. Don't know. Mine. Ooh, wow, that would be awesome. And I have this one is a direct copy paste of a function made by extra trailing space. This is a GFS creation, which is fun, but not useful for us. This is another GFS creation that is also what inspired me to actually use this as a functional loop, which I think is pretty cool. So, could you still use? I don't know. I think it's too advanced for me, and it's something that someone more capable of me than me could maybe find a solution to, and then I could try to put it in, and then we could go through it together and figure out how it works. My objective for today is to make the first simple factory buildings out here. So what I'd want to do is I would want to take you out. Then I would reset this. Then it's reset 0 by 0. Then I go into my editor mode, if I can remember how to do that. Then I will go delete here. Really don't like having this one in a separate build, but I kind of also want to have some things here. Asala, thank you for the 22 months.
Welcome home.
I'd like to have this one just running. Let's go out of this mode. I'll delete this because it's confusing for me. Oops. Yeah, we have no robots. Boop. Just go. I'm gonna take this design here and build that over here. These two are already incorporated, and then I will build this little thing here. What is this one in? I don't need that. What is this? Don't need that. This part here. It's going to be the input. And that will come from here. And it will also have the red line. Yes. And the green line goes from here to input. The reason why I have this one first that just filters is to make sure that whatever happens in here doesn't leak out on the green line back into the main network. And then the red line is here. You can see the red line is set to 8. That's because that was the last thing. This one is sending out. It's in here. It's trying to deploy. Now it's still sending out. And then this one should now be working. Huh. How the hell did that work? I have to disconnect this first, so it doesn't mess up the signals, double up the signals. That is now a closed loop. This is now the loop 15. So you can see here, it is adding the robot count because the robot resets. Where does the robot reset? Is it? It's this one that resets the robot. So I need to put in. That resets the robot count. Yep, it goes in here. Then it. Okay. Now it has to go through the taboo list first a couple of times before it, because it was just pretending to build one. I want to make sure that this works before I delete this, because I really want to have one. This is an old defined thing, so I don't need it. But I don't dare take this out until I see this one working. There's also a really easy way to make brake signals here. 6, 7. Boop. It goes in. It makes the blueprint, and it has signal EQ 7. Yeah, taking up brakes. Yes, but I just want it, you know. Then that goes out, and then it's taboo for a little bit more. Good. I think I feel confident about deleting this. I think I feel confident about it. Otherwise, we have save games to restore it. Cool. That means this part will be also deleted. Does that work? Doesn't work. Ugh, I have to go into this mode. There. We'll just short circuit this one. And then I'll just let it run and see if we get a few more built like this while I take a break. I will also just take a little save because that's kind of important. And then we can get on with designing the first blocks here. That will be over on this line and this one. Indeed, be back in 2 minutes. All right, we're back. And let's see if this one, why is it not working? Well, it's pretty simple because I destroyed all of my, all of the robots. Oops. I'll put them back in. Boop. There we go. Now it'll build. But we could also just at least see in this case that it actually did stop building it. Probably got deleted again when you used the editor. No bots. Exactly. It is exactly the no bots. Cool. All right. So it looks like it's working. We now have a stable situation here. I built this one memory cell because I can never remember how to do a memory cell. So we're actually going to do some Factorio now. Oh my God. Is it going to happen? So what we need to do is take this one and actually make it into an iron smelting block. How do we want to make an iron smelting block? I'll let this one run just because it feels good. Yeah, gasp. I don't know. So the first thing we have to decide, and that's something we have to decide, is what tech level are we going to assume for this build? We have a few different options. That one, or that one, right? I kind of have a bias, but I want to hear opinions. Wouldn't use the co-powered one for sure. Why? You know what? There's actually a city block that we need to create first that has everything. Seems in practice that this would be a late game scenario, so I would think electric beacons. Like, the challenge will be upgrading the whole thing. Extra chain would have to come in for that, correct? Doesn't that just make it even cooler? The first city block we have to make is going to be an awful one. Beacons for all builds. So this will make most sense after the first rocket launch. So of those 3 levels, let's walk through it. Tech preference, yes. Those are the 3 tech preferences. Yes, let's hear it. I'm not going to be following this. I'm going to be taking it as input of what you think would be the coolest to see. Right. So I'll talk through the advantages and disadvantages. Megabase is, of course, Megabase. That's the advantage of that. It higher throughput. However, we're going to be running on 1-2 trains, so megabasing isn't really a thing because 1-2 trains just can't feed enough. Even with 2 trains coming in, it just can't feed enough here. Then the next thing is if we do electric beacons, but no modules and beacons on them, then that implies a tech level that is blue science and red circuits available. Of course, you have red circuits when you have blue science, but it assumes blue science available. That's it. Not post rocket launch. A beacon is, well, I mean, 13 votes is kind of pathetic for the amount of people here. So that's pretty much irrelevant, that vote. And even with spending channel points, wow, that was not a lot of engagement we could get out of that vote. It did notice the poll. Yep. All right. So this has the advantage that it's the lowest tech. That means you can get started as early as possible. That means that we can actually eventually even make it into something where it says this whole factory can start building at tech level red-green. That's pretty fucking amazing, right? That's pretty freaking amazing, right? I missed the poll too, yeah, and so did a lot of people. Like being able to, like the earlier tech-wise we can build this, the cooler it is. Like this is like long-term scenario. Then you'd even have to sort of just say, hey, I just built this as red-green tech. Then it starts working on it. I don't know how to queue up tech. Don't know how that would work. But yeah. Like now I'm dream scenario. You started at red green science. It researches things itself. And then what tech do you need for all the circuit parts? Red, green. Everything is, all of this part is red, green. Trains, red, green. None of this. It's only the robots. Ah, the robots. Robots. Them robots, right? Robots. It'll have to be, we'll need robots. There we go. Thank you. Heimdall / new, rebranded as F. Parkinson. Yeah, well, you need robots. So that is ruling out the need for this one. There's no appeal to that option. Then it's either the unbeaconed or the with beacons. And beacons means very late tech and also puts an immense strain on power, which means we need to make more power blocks. So, yeah. And then that means this is going to be the tech. I think the medium tech would be the best because beacons consume a lot of power, even if you're not using them, and it's a waste of power. Players can manage that, but it would be hard to automate that balance as well. I don't know if it would be hard to do that, but it would certainly mean that a bigger part of the factory would just be blueprints, or would just be solar panels. And thank you for first-time chatter. I love the fact that it's that first-time chat, something you were compelled to participate in chat with a good analytical thought. Thank you. Great. I mean, if people's first-time chats, compliments, insightful comments, or donations, those are my favorite ways to have people enter the chat. You're also welcome to just say hi, but those are my favorite ones. You can always make up for the production gains of beacons by just adding more smelting blocks. And it's also cooler to have more smelting blocks, right? This is self-expanding, so who cares if you need to build more? Hello. Well, you're not the first time chatter. "61 messages. Okay, for the remainder of the stream, I'll donate my silly ideas to you only." What? Your train network will be more crowded. Yes, that's another good point. Like, train network will be more crowded. Let's see if I even have that blueprint here. Yes, I still have that blueprint. Okay. Kind of don't know where to place it. This is like the extreme build of this. Station. Alright. So we'll start taking that out again. Because we're now designing this one. I want to have bottom to top. Or do we want left to right? Or do we want... We should always have the same. I just prefer bottom to top. I think. Because that's like going up. But which is completely illogical because reading distance is left to right and top to bottom. Diagonal, please. Yeah. Let me think about it. Thank you, Wolf Norik. Actually, it's a good point in terms of crowdedness of trains. Having a larger percentage of blocks dedicated to power is going to be a help in terms of crowdedness, because that means the trains will be spread out over a bigger area, and that's a good thing. Okay, top to bottom is more like going down the progress of a process. Yeah. M16, is that seriously the same M16 that was around for 1,000,000 years ago? Followed since April 27, 2017. Holy shit. It is awesome. You can't be 17 anymore. So, welcome back. Good to see you. Man, I know my community when I... Yeah, well, that happens. That happens when you stuck around for that many years. I'm a little bit proud of myself for just noticing and remember. So, if you remember back in the days on my YouTube channel, when I started each video, there was a 9-second video, that animation thing was at least adapted by M16. Hey Bartek, thank you for that gift up, and good evening, Dressant. Pentabot, welcome. Happy to see some Factorio again. Happy to play some Factorio again. I don't know. Do we have strong opinions about left? All right, you know what? Let's make this a vote. If there's a moderator around, and I think there is, let's make a 2-minute vote with channel points, and then the 4 options should be like top to bottom, bottom to top, left to right, right to left. And I sure as hell hope it's not going to be right to left. And then we'll just build it like that. So you get to decide how this factory is going to look. So let's get that vote up. 2 minutes. I'm on top to left. I can't do that. It has to be across. And basically, I'll have this being... Okay, let's find... Okay, we have a diagonal. Yeah, let's do diagonal. All right, top to bottom is winning out. 2 minutes. Get your channel points ready. This is where all of your votes for... where you've won gambles on channel points, that's when you can waste them away to make sure that things make sense or don't make sense here. I want 2 inbound trains and 2 outbound trains. I'm just going to be assuming this. Father's Logic, thank you very much for the 15.
Welcome home.
Love the new base idea. Love the new base idea, both in purple and pink. It's purple? Yeah, kind of. Okay, top to bottom is winning out. All right, what should be our... nomenclature, terminology for stations. Then I guess it should just be like station, and then the arrow. If only someone had an. This is a funny thing. Sometimes when I go to my Twitch channel, and then I see someone coming in and just writing the arrows command, and then just in the middle of the day, I just needed those arrows. Hello, Garlic, you've not missed much. And then that's going to be a iron ore. Whoop. But then this one would then be just... Would it just be like this? It just kind of feels weird that one is more advanced and then the other one is a symbol. Kind of should be like station, arrow, out, I guess. And then we have, oh, top to bottom, wins out. And with 129 points, that's actually not much. We've seen bigger votes there. Yeah. Ta-da! Yeah, that's better, right? Station delivers iron. Station consumes. Is that okay? From origin to opposite or origin. Opposite on is my vote. Yes. Dynamic. Yeah, that's not happening. And oh, Bartek, you did you vote for this one? All right, we now know. So Bartek, I would also imagine, Bartek, you have accumulated a fair few channel points and can use them for things like this. Actually, it's bottom to top. Oh shit, it is bottom to top. Oh right, it is. A couple of 100,000 left for a rainy day fund. Okay, so now we actually have to decide.
Our
So
illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
I'm gonna bake it with red belts. He said, there. That's gonna be red belts. And who was that? That was Draco. Thank you for the 28 months. Good to see you. Any kittens attacked so far? Well, we did have a little bit of visit of kittens, or one kitten, singular, earlier today. All right, let's This one's not there. This one's not there. I can actually make the... Yeah. And then what else do we want? I guess we want to use these. And then we want to... What else do we need? We need boxes of happiness. Yeah. Alright. You can try to use inner ring inside city blocks. What? You can try to use inner ring inside city blocks for stations and queues. Just so you kind of like, I don't know, something like it would actually go over here instead, or something like this. Like this, or something. I do know that you want trains. What train we decided on blue tech. Anything that is blue tech only is the tech level. So that means red. But I don't get the advantage. Let's start by this one. All right. So how many do we want of these? I think I need rate calculator. Damn, I cannot remember this. This is... Well, that's funny. How can I not produce ore? Huh. How can I produce that? That's weird. Hmm. I kind of want recently got back into Factorio trying to start a new mod pack, but I'm not sure which space picture looks really cool, but also very complicated. Yeah, you're right. I don't enjoy it. I didn't enjoy it. I don't think I'll enjoy it if I play it again, so I'm not gonna play it. You'd probably need to set aside 200 plus hours for a playthrough. And for most people, that's probably too much. If you haven't, then I would say something like Factorio or something like the story missions would be my advantage. If you want like more complex than Factorio, if you want like get back into Factorio in a new way, then yeah. Exotic Industries is also a big mod pack. Okay, I kind of want a rate calculator. I can feel that I'm gonna be blind without it. Oh, I do have rate calculator. I'm an idiot. Why is it not? What is the rate calculator command? Is it like this? It's like this, of course. Yeah, it's 48. Yep. Yeah, so that's 7.5. And I just need to figure out how big. Yeah, electric currents without modules are so weird. I know, they are really weird. So this is my baseline. Do we go one side to the other side, or do we want to... Like, use long-hand inserters. Long-hand inserters are fine, right? Hey, robots. Oh, robots are kind of busy. That's a little bit excessive, isn't it? I don't know, it just doesn't seem like they can do it less than that and still make it without making it look really silly. And this just has a whole lot of... Don't know. What about I just make one of these? Now, not going to use Mark 1 modules. It's I would never use Mark 1 modules in a base, so I wouldn't use it for stuff like this either. It's weird. That's half. To start a super complex mod pack unless I'm playing with people, so trying to convince all my engineer friends to get Factorio. I think that's a good idea. Okay, let's let's look at sizing. So this is just one red belt. That makes it 2 red belts. 3, 4 red belts is what's room for in a setup like this. But do we like this? I don't think it's gonna be easy to... let's look at balancers, by the way. Let's get a 4x4 balancer. Balancer. We want the 4x4 here. I'm gonna put it up here. And then... Is that really the best way to do this? Yeah, so that's our template. Isn't it just a 1-2 train, so already too fast? No, it's definitely not too fast for this. Let's look at outputting here. My thought is that I want 4 on either side. Oh, that's not right. Just make it a little bit simple because I'm thinking this is enough and it's much easier to balance. Now I have a kitty on either side flanking me. That's a good start. Damn, how are we gonna do... Oh, we'll do the... How the hell are we gonna be feeding this? Huh. I haven't thought of that. How do we get them to have enough power? That's tricky. That's actually... See, this is what happens. You come up with something and go like, whoops, did not think of that. Okay, let's cross that bridge a little bit later. I'm not running LTN and I'm not going to run LTN either. So that's... The issue is, how do I get power in here? I'm going to need to have some way to get power into all of them. And then, yeah, they have a logistics train, or they have a a full robot network, but I'm just thinking, is that what I want? A full robot network? Okay, so I am thinking, my first thought is this. But I am not liking that particularly. And I'll show why. Yeah. And I will be using infinite active provider, infinite requester, aggregate. Oh, well cost performance. I probably shouldn't have these in my inventory because that's I'll use them. These are cheat chests. Infinite. I just wanted an infinite chest. Right there you go. Infinite chest and infinite chest. This infinite chest will just make sure that it has there, and yeah, that sucks, right? That sucks. They will always put on the right-hand side in the direction of travel. So if I wanted to sort of have them on either side, then I can't do that. Not like this. I'm just thinking, would that actually be possible? Luckily they're all bad. I was just kind of like, was there some way that one way would be better? So no. Hello, Sticky. Can you calculate the time to use up all train contents to determine how many belts to process per block? It's no use if is every 10-second new train need to come by. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Absolutely good idea. This way here is consuming 4 times 30. So that's 120 per second. And in this one, I can have 2.4. So do we have a calculator in here? What is the calculator command? Didn't we bring the calculator? Oh no, didn't we bring the calculator? Oh well, I'll just go do the calculator. So it's 2,400 times 8 divided by 120. That means 160 seconds for, if there's one train inbound here, then, and it's fully operational, then it would be one train every 2.5 minutes. But there are 2 trains, so it will have to be one train every 2.5 minutes, but there are 2 places they can come in. I will do it the other way that I like better for this case here. I didn't need to take all of that out. And I don't have to put it into a splitter. That's just not necessary for this size of operation. Now, the problem with this is obviously that it'll prioritize one over the other. Now, the next part is that actually a problem? Yeah. Yeah, it needs to be not like this. Oh, it can't get up there. It can't get up there. Ah, I need it to go up there. No, it's not. How is this? I don't like that one. But I kind of have to. Because this somehow is not outputting the where it should be. Right hand side in the direction of travel. This one should not be conflicting. It should be putting out here, but it doesn't. Don't know why. We can make another underground jump. Yeah, that's true. But then it gets a little bit.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Don't know if that's actually beneficial in any way to do it this way. Yeah. Only here for Mr. Kibitz. Well, sorry, you might have took a wrong turn. I'm still here, despite my name. Loving the Factorio self-building base idea. All right, well, maybe you were a little bit narrow-minded when you created your username, but hey, that's all right. Boa Boa, I miss watching you play Factorio. Thank you. Yeah, well, you can change your name, but I don't think you can change it once. And I don't think you can be like only here for Mr. Kivitz and Nilos when he plays Factorio. That's maybe a bit not a workable name. All right, so is this a thing?
More shall gather.
What the hell,
More
Bartek?
shall enter
What
the fray.
hell? That is just for everyone. That is 50 gift subs. 10 tier 3 gift subs is disgusting. Disgustingly awesome. Wow. And it wasn't even during a train. The kind of yeah. That's a lot of subs. That's 50 gift subs. That is, remember, a level 5 is actually 120 gift subs. So that's basically halfway to a level 5, just like that. It's just, yeah. So, wow. And we already had a level 5 today. I'm just going to say, like, if there's an extra level 5, I'm on vacation, I'll add an extra hour. And I'll be completely incoherent by the end. Just putting it out there. All right, so what do we think about this design here? Yeah, Wildmeister, thank you for the 200 bits. Yeah, if this triggers a hype train, it's already a level. I would think it's going into a level 3. It would be a level 3 hype train. Just like that, immediately. Right. Looks pretty cute. Oh, thank you. Oh, the design. Okay. Well, thanks, I guess. Isn't hype train on cooldown? Is it on cooldown? I mean, you can see that on... No, it's not. It's not on cooldown. Otherwise it...
A kind gesture.
No. It says hype train about to start in 2 minutes and 30, if not. Silver Cecil, thank you for the 200 bits. Love the unloading. Stop. Thank you. That did not work. I want to protect this part. Then you have to undo that.
Your steadfast
And
loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Yeah.
A kind gesture.
Now I need to make sure that we get this thing designed towards the middle.
A kind gesture.
Ooh, what happened? That was the Tired Dad 2020. Ah, man, I can understand that. Thank you for the 3 months. And Grundig, thank you for the 200 bits, 250 bits. And Parents No, can't wait this one. Thank you for the 200 bits. It's saying 50 subs. Yes, because it contributes as much as 50 subs. Speedy? Or Chunky? Come here. Nope, nope, nope. Don't go in there. I'm actually gonna catch you though. Look at this chunky little beast. The cat, not me. Alright, that was... Alright, we'll just get you up here just for a little bit. So this is Speedy, in case you're wondering. Can we get you to just enjoy it a little bit up here? Good stuff. Alright, so that was actually getting up to a level 3. And Bartek, it says 50 subs. That's because it contributes as much as 50 subs. But if someone donates 11 subs, then they will still get the hype train. Don't know how, don't know why, but that's just Twitch being Twitch and inconsistent as always. Very, very, very cuddly. I can't play much though. I'm so happy about my. Someone gift 11 subs. Yes, I also noticed that Grundig was going with the 250 bits because hey, you can win a hype train for 250 bits. 250, yeah, 250 bits. Let's see if we can play with one hand. So what do we have here? We have, yeah, I'm missing someone to press my Q button, but that's 3. Man, now I wish it was like Dyson Sphere where it's, and this is then 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so the whole thing needs to be shifted one over. No, that's not it. Q. Copy. No, cut. Bartek. No one should win with 250. Indeed. There. And let's also figure out if that's the right bounce. Okay, we'll just send out Speedy. Mirror for symmetry. I'm not so happy about the mirroring, right? I don't want mirroring. I think I want more... yeah, maybe I do want mirroring, honestly. I don't like you here. You can go up or down, but now you're going to go down. There we go. Aronimus, thank you for gifting us up and joining in on the train. Alright, so this train is not going to add another hour, but that's also... that's fine. I think I want the... I think I want these like this. These ones. 1, 2, 3, there. Alright, Manual to Hero, thank you for the 600 bits. Just joining in. Okay, so let's see. We are at 1 minute away. And F. Baggerson. Wow, I'm gonna stay up late tonight.
Shall gather.
Maybe I should take breaks more.
More shall enter the fray.
Okay. This thing.
A gleaming endowment.
And then I clip it, I guess. Ooh, F. Baggerson, thank you for 20 gift subs. Completing the hype train level 4 completely. Amazing. And then 2015 BMG, thank you for the 1000 bits.
Our illustrious champion returns.
And
Welcome
Toman.
home.
200 bits, thank you very much. Is that hype train at 2-1? It maybe. Let me see, the other part is whether this one is actually aligned correctly. Like up down wise. This is 1, 2.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Yeah. And then 24, yes. And then I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, then the whole thing has to be dragged 1 down. The whole thing has to be dragged 1 down.
Our illustrious
Yeah,
champion
now it's symmetrical.
returns.
Now it's
Welcome home.
aligned towards the middle. This. So, equidistant here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. And then it'll be the same. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the side. All right, what did I miss? What did I miss? Is there an intro to the series? No. There's no intro to the series, but maybe there should be. Maybe I should make a Factorio introduction thing that could also be like interesting for YouTube. So it'll be like a primer for getting started on oh, what the hell's going on, because it's a little bit complicated. I spent like the first 45 minutes just explaining that, or at least the first half hour. So that's a little bit much. All right, let's see. But the idea is you can do the workshop command, and then you can follow that link. That has a little bit of text information. Okay, let's see. Where are we at? Where are we at? What happened? What happened? Tall Connor with the 22 months. Thank you. Wrong way. What? Pumarango, thank you for 15 months. And Almighty Cookie, thank you for the 8 months. Belt wrong direction. How did that work? How did I mess up the belt direction, though? Oh, what? That's odd. It's also missing, like, stuff up top. Damn, what the hell kind of junk thing is that? All right, and Toki, thank you for the 5 months. All right, so no, I didn't press G accidentally. I pressed it intentionally, but it didn't do what I thought it was. Yeah, some sort is missing. It's just a complete mess, honestly. So, just putting it out there. If we, for weird magical reasons, get a second level 5 hype train today in the next 1 minute, then I'll add an extra hour, and then it'll be a 6-hour stream today. Quite unusual, but it is possible.
More shall gather. More shall enter the fray.
Just do that then. I think Barthak is pretty active. Thank you so much for 25 level 2 subs. So that's 50 subs in total. Well, I guess I'm never going to go to bed. The good news is that, Barthak, you also won the previous hype stream, so you have that now. And now, it's just a shame that Factory Must Grow Larger is not here, because then I would be berated on the fact that we talked about the design of the hype train tracker, and like, oh, but what if there's 2 level 5 instead? This never happens. Don't care about edge cases. And he was like, well, it actually happened twice, but and now I'm the idiot. Sleep well? Are you just dumping that and dropping it? And those belts are not supposed to go that way. Oh, I'm here. I thought the same. Good. So at least I acknowledge that. Let me.
Welcome back.
And Simon, thank you for the 5 months.
Greatly appreciated.
Yeah, this is just not correct.
A kind
I don't like any of this. Well, I do like some of it, but not this part. This one needs to go. And look at that. I also missed some inserters down here. How did it just go so wrong with all these designs? This is supposed to be a straightforward copy-paste. Okay, so now do I want to make it like this? And then this is the input. Then this will be the input. This will be the output. Thank you so much, Bartek. And 2015 BMG, thank you for the 400 bits. Is that getting you in the hype train? Indeed. The inserters are missing all. Oh, they're missing all over the place. There are. Yeah, damn it. Yeah, well, if you make one mistake and copy it far and wide, then that mistake just gets propagated. Okay, so now if I do this part, is it 72, 24, 24, 24, 12, 12? That sounds like all things are there. There. And I'm going to handcraft this one to be opposite. So that should be the opposite of the other one. And then I can kill this. And I can take this. This is why this is built in creative mode. Okay. Need to make sure that I know which ones are the outbound ones. And that hype train is slowly trickling off, and that is expected. Yeah, so this is the main problem. So I was also testing for the total sub-gifted, but that's just a static number, so the tiers don't matter. Yeah, the total subs, yeah, so I can understand why you'd rather want to keep that going. All right, and here's the part where I know that you guys, someone is going to say it. It's like, it's balanced when it comes into the train. It's going to be balanced going out of the train as well. And I don't like it, but it's true. Which means that I don't like not having balanced inputs and outputs, to be honest. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So those are the 8 ones here. So that would be like... Do we like this? Do we accept this? And that's the hype train keeping us up all night. Ooh, that hurts. That hurts so much. Ugh. Hate dissymmetry like this. I need the splitter to mix the top and the bottom. But it's also kind of scary that I can't even get full belts going. Why can I not get full belts going? That just seems really weird that I don't have full belts. I don't like it. Neither do I. It's not even full belts. But that actually shouldn't be a problem generally. Because they'll only need to stack up as full belts. Because each row is only consuming half a belt, so each one should only be maintaining half a belt. That means this should still be full belts. No, I don't.
A new subscriber.
I don't have room for a balancer. Hey, Keithy, thank you for the prime. Welcome. Yeah, so this is what it should look like here. This is what it looks like until it empties the buffers, but it'll be half a belt for each. Okay, so with this now, do we like it? Okay, what is it we don't like about it? Here's another prospect of it is I do like this part. Then, no. This is another way of looking at it. That's going to be less. But I don't think it's going to be correct actually, because this is not a Not a good enough balancer. Yeah. It at least avoids this underground belt, which is that's a really bad thing. Yeah. Maybe one side, which should imbalance the chests. Maybe one side of the belt is consumed first. Nope, it's not, because it's picking up both equally from both sides. And it'll saturate because the output here can be. Okay, well it's 15 each. All right, why do we not like it? If something goes wrong, yeah, you're right. It is correct that there's no insert balance here. Okay. Let's keep working on this. We're not there yet. Now, there is also an option of just saying... there we go. This thing. That's not working. This can, in theory at least, in theory it could be one further up. Because it could go like this. But no, it can't, because then it can't undo that, so... It has to be here. Because this one goes like this, and then it has to have room for that. And likewise on the other side, it's even going to be even worse. But then I don't have enough room to actually get stuff in here. Yeah, but 8-4 balancer is only a lane balancer, not a side balancer. And I do have a preference for side balancers as well. And it's 8-4 is all 8-4 is not easier. Oh, that's actually not happening. Well, that's not entirely it. Close enough. I don't know how that figures into it. Still doesn't happen, right? So I mean, I know I can do something like this can be manipulated, but then I lose a lot of symmetry in this. Isn't that the same? Should be. No, it can't be there. Yeah, it can be here. But that one needs to be. It's better, but I can't make it completely symmetric, which I guess is not, maybe not the point either. But I do only, this is only half the problem. The other problem is here. Trick with locomotive between the wagons. It really helps with belt routing. Where are you, Jeff? That sounds like Jeff S. Not ideal, but is there enough space off to the left and right of the train station to do the balancing and bring it back to the center? Yes, there is enough. I can use this part of it here, but I don't really want to. It just kind of Okay, I'm if we want to play with the 1-1 trains, then it's now is the time. So let's take a break and come back and do 1-1-1 trains. Just for the fun of it, right? Can I also do the 4x4 and spread out that part? Yeah, but it needs a little more space to get it back into this, I think. I kind of feel that it's good. Have to be broken a little bit more apart. It just makes it a lot bigger in every way. No one uses that. Yeah, this one just makes it bigger in every way, which is not the point I wanted. It stretches it out because it needs to do these kinks. Yeah, so this is too weird. Yeah, let's take a break, and then after the break we can explore the 1-1-1 train of silliness. That one. Be back in 2 minutes. Alright, welcome back. And I feel that there's a little bit of conspiracy manifesting here. it feels a little bit conspiratorial. Like, Grundig having weird ideas is nothing new, but Everlist jumping on the bandwagon, now I'm getting a little bit worried. Ah. I don't want to. I don't want to. Please don't make me. I hate it so much. Oh, I hate it so much. Oh, I don't mean... Oh, do I not move the station? Really? I thought it was the train that stopped there. Yeah, that just shows my lack of experience with this awfulness. Super. If you hate it, don't do it. No, I'm also getting better at the stuff I hate is because it's bad or asymmetrical or so. There's a good reason why I hate it, and then there's the part where I just hate new things because they're new, and I have to sort of this one I think I hate it because it's new or different. So remember I'm old, so I am just inclined to not like new things from the simple fact that they're new. So if we can get beyond that, then we're good. Which you just admitted to while typing. There we go. I can't be a boomer. I'm as Gen X as it gets. The fact that it's not reaching is also just annoying. But hold on. Let's see. Let's be awful. It's so close. So close to working. But this might also just be nicer somehow. Although I do like having these just to delimit where they actually are. Maybe I'll just use lights for this. Okay, so here's another thing. I can no longer do the, like this down here is fine because I can do this, but I can't do it up here because that annoying train station is in the way. And there isn't enough room to unload down here, but also that one also blocking it. Hello, Sir Sam. Which be almost as weird, yeah. Which means that now we kill the option for making the good unloading design, and now we only have a bad unloading design as our available option. This one. It is not as critical because the bad unloading design is bad, but it's not that bad, I think. When the train station blocked the unloader. I think you might have. I think you might be correct. Is this like the chat GPT? Yes, it's me pretending to be yeah, we're trying to build a logic to build a factory. You'd have more freedom of symmetry, but then you'd have to redo all the block blueprints. That's not the part. Oh yeah, this has expanded quite a bit. Maybe we want to stop it from whatever. I don't want to make my city blocks bigger because I want them to be full, like this. This is full, but I don't want them to. If I make it bigger, then I'm also going to make bigger designs, and then so on and so forth, right? So, hello, Mystic Druid. Welcome. Doing great. In good company. This might be less of an issue because now I can use the middle area Yeah, so I don't like these where one unloads way faster than the other. Then I'd have to sort of swing align them, and that's also just only works on, yeah. Oh, it actually still has gaps, so don't like this option. We need to build it next to the train. What are good options for unloading? The other way, that one. No, that's no good. That's even less good. Just trying to figure out, like, this sucks because it can't be consolidated in less space than this. Or this. This is the fast, oh, that, not even that. No. Like, it's way too much space for just consolidating 2 lines. Direct output onto splitters. Yeah, but they output on the outside of the splitter, so it doesn't really do anything. Unless I do this part. Yeah, vertical splitters, but that's not an option. I think that would require more space because it has to be in the middle like this, and then we're back to having 6 wide, which I can't do because of the stupid train station. So, hello, Jeff. Look at this. Look at what they get me to do. If you move the right 2 chest 1 tile over. I don't know how that would, what that would do for me. I guess it would allow me to do this and get that in, and then that, but then it's not working. Make underground exits. Yeah. That's true. That's actually helpful. But that still doesn't work. Still, I still feel that this is way too much space for this to take. Like, to just merge 2 lines together. There is a point to this part, but it's kind of the stuff that I don't want to do. Because these will now no longer unload evenly. And when a new train comes in, then... yeah. Let me see, where is it? Here, let's get that on the hotkey bar. Override stack size 5, and override stack size 6. Did I just hit that in the first try? Seriously? Oh, shut up with that. There we go. No, I didn't. Okay. Is the 5.6? No, it isn't. It probably isn't. But it also just, it still unloads unevenly. I just want it to be unloading a little better. And I don't know, I don't think we have everything unlocked, which means including the stacker, this part here, and all of these. But honestly, it's only this one that we can expect to have unlocked, which would mean, how much does a stack inserter move by default? It's 12 in total, so this is going to be, this is 12, this is 11, this is 10, this is 9, so this must be 8. So with only blue signs, we can get up to 8. 7, 6, 5. Curio, I think that's on 8.8 is what we can get at this part. But it won't compress the belt. That's different. It needs to be, this one needs to be shorter. No, the other way around. This one needs to be shorter. Is it? No, it's definitely not a circuit. I think it got into a wrong cycle. Because the idea is that the time, this space is filled up with the other one. But I don't know how to... Yeah. Yeah, so the idea is that the space where the first one goes back and goes in has to be exactly the amount that the other one puts in, which means that you kind of have to see here, like, that gap. How big is that gap? Boop. Oh, where's my how's that? There. Right? So can I count on the either side? Like, is it 1, 2, 3, 4? Is it maybe 4? I don't know. This is a dead end. This is a... Or maybe it's 5, but not more than that. There it is. Now, it won't be emptying evenly. Can I also do it the other way around? So this is 8 and the other one is 5? I don't know if that actually works as well. But I'd like to have that, though. Not quite. No. Use plates instead of ores. Easier calculation. Yeah. What will it change? It'll just make it easier to see what's going on the belt. But this is correct. 8.5. It's still not even, but it's closer to even. Hey. What? What is that? Okay, good. Can stack size be set by circuit? Then something that inverts the number based on how many trains have been in. No, I don't want circuits on these because that just... It makes it more complicated for absolutely no win. here's a little interesting thing. I could then do it like this. And I could do it like that. And that means that when this goes up, aside from the fact that it conflicts here, then it's much simpler to have them interact. That's something, right? What if you unload the train uneven so you cancel out the uneven unloading from inserter? That's a funny idea. Oh, here's a little trick as well. Probably need to get a little bit more distance, yeah, to actually be able to unload a train. I really don't like this. How the hell are they not connected? How can these two be connected, but these two are not connected? That's weird. It's because because like that, which is incorrect. And that's supposed to be like this. God damn it. God damn it. I guess I have to use those damn things. Damn it. Could it make sense to unload the trains downwards and then up in the middle for balancing? Downwards? Download here and then up. I don't think I'll... Let me see how much space I need for this. Let's do this one and copy it over here. Just to make sure that we know how much space we have available. Yeah. Oops, that's a little bit zoomed out. Which actually means I don't need this. Or means something else. That I can take this and move the one down. Because I then move those out here. And then it gets even more absurd. It's the same balancer, I'm just breaking it in new and innovative ways. It can actually still be taken even one further down. But I like this part of it. Like, that looks more symmetrical in this regard here. How are they not the same? Didn't I have the power comb? Oh, now they're all spiky diamond shapes. Alright. Put another installment in stream chat. Alright, I'll have a look. Thank you. Appreciate it. Stream chat. The one I never find. There. Oh, that's fancy. That's really fancy. Oh, I like it. I don't think I want it now, but I think I like it. Let me just draw that so that people don't have to go in there and go like, oh, what is it? What's talk about? That one. These two are going in, and then no, I have no idea what you did. Yeah, okay, it was. And then if it, for example, goes that way, then it actually... Oh, right, there, that doesn't work. It has to be up. So the question is, does it take up more or less space than this? Kind of takes up more space than this. But the advantage is that it now comes out on multiple lines, which means it's even unloading. Wait, own design. Yes, of course it is. I'll just put it in just because. Oh, right. We'll do that first. Special station for Nilos. Yes, this is one of those that goes to a special school. I think I threw up my mouth just a little bit. Yeah, that's just. Hey, Casimir, thank you for the 30 months. I'm still waiting for you to build something amazing. Well, that's kind of how I keep you around, and I keep everyone else around. It's like this building anticipation. I mean, we can say a lot, but it is truly a GFS contraption. It's compact, and it makes no sense, and it's probably very efficient. I don't think it competes against this in a good way. I kind of think I maybe want this one instead. But do I though? Because how would that work down here? That wouldn't work down there, so it would only really be valuable. I guess then I'd have to get more. I don't want to take this out, but I want to try this build. Let's see. Hit yet another location. We'll move you up there, if you don't mind. Let's see. Something like this. Flip. Rotate. Yeah, see, this has the problem that it doesn't rotate very well, does it? Yeah, they will conflict like this. So it doesn't really place very well underneath. Yeah, so I'm kind of back to this one. Okay, so advantages, disadvantages. The disadvantage is that it takes one train, one wagon, and only puts it out on one belt. And that means that if there's only one train unloading, it can never be, it can never feed more than half of this. That's actually a gigantic disadvantage. I want it to be so that, yeah, I have to do something where I get 2 outbounds. Yep. That's a lane balancer. And this one comes in with 1 wagon onto 1 belt, but it doesn't have to. It is putting it out on 2 belts. And then if I just did this, how even is it? Let's see. Go out on different sides. And the advantage of this, go up. Flip. There, right? Need that. With only 4 inserts, it will only ever be 1 red belt. Is it though? It'll be more than 1 red belt, but it won't be 2 red belts, obviously. Yeah, so this goes up to a 4x4 balancer, for example. Then the question is how, of course, I don't need all of that space over there. Like, I like this, but it still has to sort of function in a way that is both above and below here. I like some of it. This part is kind of essential for this build here, so that I know where I have to bring things in. With lower stack size, yeah, it still works, but like stack size 8 would be what it should be working at, because that's the tech level we will have. It'll still work, but yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna try this idea. Like this works fine. This does not work at all. This one is boo. Use infinite wagons? Oh yeah, that's true. That exists. Fuck. This is blowtorch. No. Wait, it didn't go to the right one. Shit, you're gone. Why would you want to go here? Yeah. That's a great number. Test. Because of course it's going to be called test. Don't get run over. Don't get run over. This doesn't like this actually seems potentially better. Just, no. It has to be this 8x4. This one. There's not enough room for this. Not you. Go down. Yes, here's another issue. Does that work? It's gonna collide with this, so obviously not, but... You're on the wrong side. Ugh. Man, none of these are working. Why only red belts and stack and sort? Because we've decided that this is blue science. I'm gonna build the factory at blue science. That's the defined tech level. Which means that the idea is that you build the factory up, you unlock robots, and then from there on you said, now I don't want to play Factorio anymore. Stamp down the blueprint, go away. Yeah, I mean, obviously, yes, there's something. Okay, and by the way, this is the bad idea. It's like really bad idea to do all this because now I have too much stacked up in this location. You have one more space before the underground. Here? Yeah. Okay, first I was just looking at whether it actually works, but... But then there are also, like, this is just not really necessary to build it like this. Then they could just build it some other way, I guess, right? Like, it doesn't have to be the same pattern up and below it, because I'd really like them to come in here, for example. That would be ideal. This is the max distance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, max distance. And then... unfortunately, it doesn't work because it would have to be over here. And look at that. Ooh, that's all good. Yay, except I'd have to do the same thing on the other side. So is there a way to do... There you go. So merge the bottom two halves. Drink him in the middle? Yes, you can. Could use a bounce to merge the top and bottom two half belts. Nope. Not like that. Yeah, actually, yes. That's a good point. Didn't even think of it. Great. But that still leaves the point of, I need to get these two to come in here, and those are the only places they're allowed to come in. Or they could go out here and then go around, because this could also go up here. And then it only has to go one in here, and the other one can go, like, even something like this, for example. And that should make it a lot easier to come up with a solution to this part, right? Oh, that's... There you go. And then I just need to mirror it on the other side. Not you, not you. Flip. Flip. Probably don't need this or this. Then let's see if it actually flips, because I don't think that flips correctly. Nope, nothing works now. These will be working fine, but why is nothing? No, nothing works. And it's gonna turn out into a monstrous spaghetti. Like, that works. Yes, that works. This one is blah. And then that one is working now, but only because I'm a splitter. Right, so I need a splitter here. This one does not need a splitter, but this one is gonna need some kind of thing. Alternatively, it'll have to go on the outside. If I did it like this, oh, that doesn't work then. This one with the belt direction is just such a mindfuck. Oh, that's definitely not, has to be like this. Yeah. What? How did that not work? That doesn't work. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Nope. It's this one. Yeah, something like this, right? No. Where's the last one? Four. Yeah, okay. Weird. I mean, it works, kind of. It's just so weird, like, how much is completely arbitrary about this. For the bottom, if you want symmetry, I want symmetry. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Oof, pretty close. Yeah, now another issue, but smaller, I think. This one. Well, no, not really, because now it has to merge up and hit that. Still a problem. That should work, right? These are going in. These are going in. You're... Nope, that doesn't work. Come on! Why can nothing be logical in this damn thing? Then I'd have to be like Like, this sucks. I guess I just have to just do this for both of them, right? Because now they're coming into the middle, and then it's fine that they're like this. Yeah. It's fine. That's symmetrical as well, right? Not. Why do we go with this? Why not just like this? Couldn't we kill one tile? I missed the chat. Isn't this better? I don't need the input. This is better. This is on top of the outer one, so I think I'll do this just to make it even more sort of symmetrical-ish. Oh, these are not necessary anymore. So what do you think? After a long and arduous process, the fact that it just bends in with just like one, that's actually really nice. I could drag it one tile down if I needed, like from here to that, if I just want to have a little bit of. I think that's what we want to do. Oh, can I remove oh yeah, that's true. I can remove these. Great. That's even better. I think. Yeah, I think that's better. Yeah, this is the way. When you don't use the double train stops we currently use, of course. What? When you don't... Oh, okay. In left-hand drive, the train stops is not... Anyway. Yeah, what? Unloading? No. If I do left-hand drive, it'll just be down here, so then it'll block the lower one. But also left-hand drive is absurd. The output might be limited to 2 belts if there is only one train at a time. Okay. Let's find out. Well, should be easy to take. Whoops, weird. Okay. If you put the 2 outer splitters, 1 out. I like. Now I have no problems with kinks, but maybe you do. Let me... Yeah. I can see a problem with this. And that is that it'll be the 4 middle ones that run out. No point in waiting for this. Just let it go. And then the question is, if these are only there, will it then be constrained? Well, see, this one narrows down to 1 belt and then 1 belt, so I can only ever get 2 belts in. That needs to be changed. But I think that it can be changed. Instead of going out here, which is really nice, then I could also just go... Well, now we're back to these in the middle here again. But I could have this one instead. Yeah. That's one. Let's try this. First, let's see if it works when we're unloading. Oops. Okay, so this is working. Who knew the train unloading would take the longest? Just wait until we get to train loading then. It's because it's important, and it's going to be like, once we got it, it's just copy, 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 or paste, 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 right? And we want to get it. And it's also just a little bit fun and quirky. And that's the fact that one person came in and going like, wow, that's, can you even do that? What? That's a penis? Yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe you should see a doctor if you see this as a penis. I think you might want to get yourself checked out, because that's not healthy. Yeah, that can't be right. It is symmetrical up to this part, but then of course it can't be more symmetrical up here. Okay, so now the other part is, what if these two are stopping? Then we only have one train coming in, and then it should be that I'll then have each of these 4 will still be getting half of it inbound, right? Okay, so now we're in a state where only one train is coming in, and obviously it is now constrained by the output outserters. Oh, these need to not be limited. Thank you very much. These are not outsert constrained, right? No. So this is now limited by how fast they can throw things out on a belt, which is more than 2 belts, but less than 4. Obviously less than 4. But I'm just going to show it like this. Now it'll get stuck, so clearly we were outputting more than just 2 belts. How do you switch? How do you train switch from square to square? By the tracks? Okay, so I think this is good. I'm not gonna dare say optimal, but it's good. But they don't bend right. They don't need to bend right. And by right, you mean left. They can't do left turns. Nope. But they'll just go around. And the thing is, like, when we... Oh. Maybe we should stop this craziness here. Come on. You must be the next. Yeah? No? Yes? There we go. That's the self-expander. And... Yes, and left... The reason why I don't want left turns is because left turns block a lot of things. What is your module size determined by the bot network? Each build the robot first and then splitting equal to... I have... My city blocks are 100 by 100. And that's kind of the end of that story. And then I tried looking into other sizes, but I didn't try really hard. Because I really wanted it to be 100 by 100 because that's kind of what I've been doing for 4 years. So... There's a nice sort of rhythm to it. Okay, so... Well, that was the easy part. I don't know if it was, but it doesn't matter. That's the one part. Now comes the other part. Boop. Go. Menu. There. So now they're parked at the right places. Is all this scared of change and will stick to it? Absolutely. Well, I think it's 11 o'clock, so I will take a short break and just marvel at this weird glory. There. So I also take a let's save. We have for very weird reasons extra hours today. So 2 extra hours, mainly thanks to Bartek, but also a lot of other people joining. But mainly Bartek carrying the weight on this, getting us 2 extra hours of Factorio tonight. So we'll continue until 2 a.m. Luckily, I was just looking at tomorrow and go like, nah, I don't even have any plans. But now I do. Sleep. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Thank you all for joining. Be back in a bit. I'm back. Thank you all for joining. Super amazing to see so many people here. And welcome. Noko GX. Welcome. First time chatter. Watch the couple of streams. Welcome. Effectiveness. I'm more for effectiveness than efficiency.
Tales of
I
our
know.
endeavors
Thank you for the 5 gift
proliferate.
subs. Thank you so much for the generosity. Slight improvement on top output. All right. I was thinking with the 1-1 design. Yes, 1-1 design. Yes, we are. This is beautiful and fun and weird. And I like things where people go like, what? If two things are equally efficient, then I'll go for the more aesthetic. And if they're equally aesthetic, I'll go for the one that has a factor to it. How does a self-expanding factory work? Well, it doesn't work well yet, but there's just this little teeny tiny bit of things is what controls basically self-expanding part, and then we'll build the logic over here, which we'll actually just copy paste it, and there isn't a whole lot left. Well, there's a ginormous amount of things left. Additionally, we have a lot of things, but this little thing here controls what to build, when to build it. This one controls where to build, and this one is making sure that we build it. I'll do this. I probably do a tutorial for these things during next week, maybe coming out late next week, so that it's going to be easier to jump into stream number four and then go like, what the hell's going on? And instead of me spending an hour on it, I can go like, check out the intro on YouTube for it. It is very much self-expanding right now. It just doesn't do much. All right, so Everlist in stream chat. Okay. Everlist, isn't it easier to use Factorio bin?
Welcome home.
At least easier for me. Solidbond, thank you for the 31 months. Yeah, so Everlist, if you can, like, never used it before. It's made by GFS, so of course it's awesome. You don't even need to sign up. You can just paste in the blueprint and then paste the link. And what? Has anyone gotten worried? What? Oh, you drag everything down. That's a weird setup. It's nice. I like it. Do I like it more? I don't know. Yeah, go to factoriobin.com and then paste and then copy link. Yeah. Just need to figure out the stuff that was done here. See, the problem with this, with a screenshot is that I have to tap in, look at it, tap out, remember it, which is way too many things for me. Yeah, I can't remember this thing. Alright, I'm gonna have to open it in a different tab. Open in browser. Now I got it over on the other monitor. Okay, so this part, I'm just gonna replace this somehow. That's gonna be the same. And the other side is then the same. Yeah, so that was the improvement on this, yes. And then some tiling. Just trying to see here. Okay, so now there's plenty. Bouncer can be compactor if you move what down? Move the bouncers down. Yeah, so you can take these two down here, but it doesn't need to be. So this is also the part, like, compact is only relevant up to the limit where compactness is not relevant anymore. Right? There's no... I don't favor things that are more compact. Not from the perspective of it is better because it is more compact. Ah, yeah, okay, so... guess that one has to be moved over there. Not really a big deal. Just kind of... top of the two. Might need more space in a different build later. Actually, is it possible to move the station one tile left? Output would be in the middle. No. Unfortunately not. Then I'd have to sort of compromise these. And there is an advantage of this one, that it is exactly 1, 2, 3 tiles, which means the train can be in this block in here, which I think is super important. Maybe not, but it just feels important that there is exactly a block where the train can merge out before it gets into this jam. That I'd like to retain. Yeah, that's something I don't... yeah, that's a Jeffers design if I ever saw one. It's not... I don't like it. I'm actually leaning towards just moving this even further up, just to make yeah, make it more visible what's going on. There's also a point where we kind of have done enough in terms of optimization on this, and we're like, okay, now it's just different flavors we're looking at, and not sort of truly optimization. I have no intention of sort of designing towards the minimum number of belts and stuff. So in this case, I would actually say this looks better. because it's more, this is more readable than the last one. The purple undergrounds are like infinite creation, infinite deletion. So this, yeah, this is more readable because it, yeah. It's really funny. Why are all of them waving down that side? Oh, they're, why? That's because that's the side when you don't need to merge it in. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Minimize the number of splitters. No splitters for just merging things together, like this. And then only lose the splitter to merge two belts. Yes. To align the horizontally oriented splitters. Yes. It makes sense. Forgot one ore line. Huh? Oh yeah, I did. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is a this is extremely readable, and I like that. Readability is also a high priority. I wish this one could. Yeah, it would be nice if this one could have gone down on that other side, but then it, yeah. Alas. Is this the one we prefer? Yeah, this one has a little bit too much air in it. You can move the left wagon chest one tile east. Yeah, this one, I don't think this is correct. This maybe that's just this part. No rolling stock to connect. Are you kidding me? This is the only case that would actually be a rolling stock to connect. How is that not working when this is literally the only place that it would make sense? You're kidding me. Is it connected? Oh, it's connected. Ugh. It connects immediately. It feels weird. Okay, now it's good. Okay, now it fits better. Yep. Alright, we'll keep this. All the previous iterations go back to... That's so simple. What the hell is wrong with that one? What was wrong with this one? Oh, nothing was wrong with it. It was just... bleh, that thing. Did you already think about refueling? Will there be a depot? I actually have no idea. Let's think about that a little bit. Oh, right. That's a gigantic issue here. Ooh. Have a solution you will hate. I'm already ready for it. Let's see. When you get this one, you actually get storage chests. Would there be a way to get storage chest? Because I'd like to have it not use requester chest. The easiest is requester chests and that's not an option. Another option would be sort of have a belt thing, kind of, that like maybe have like, I don't know, like I have no idea, but like the idea of having like a belts of cold or belts of something running in here, and then it sort of branch out to these. Well, but yeah, I don't know. No. Yeah, refueler train is probably the easiest. Put a second station just to the left of the lower station. Requesting fuel and use filters. Just to the left like this. Yeah. I don't want it to... Yeah. It has to be something so generic, and my most generic idea would be building it over on the side, because I both need to fill up here and here. And yes, I technically don't need to do both sides, but I can't tell for sure if I don't need it both sides, right? If fuel train on the main line won't clog up, it will only drop refuel. No, it'll drop more. It'll... Just go when they have more problems to solve. Something like that. It won't drop off 3. It'll just... If it only drops off 3, it'll be coming in too often. It'll come in and it'll unload into a box. When that box is empty, then it will request another input. But then that kind of argues against this part, because now I would have to use this space for that train, or I would have to make it out here on the main line. But I cannot cope with the consequences of doing this. This is my main point of this, is that I cannot foresee all the consequences for all locations under all circumstances. Of course I don't have to, but you know. Well, actually a bad name for it. It should be consistent. There. I'm feeling like solving problems. Yeah. So, if I was brave enough to attempt this, I think I just have a lot of gas stations scattered around randomly and hope for the best traffic-wise. That's not it. Can you not fit a one-on-one in the corner? Like going in here and going out there. Probably can. Like something like... I don't think there's enough room to actually... No, there's no point, or no part here. And I can't take this out. This one has to be here, because that's a part of the grid. I can build it here, but if I build it here, then it has to go in here and up. And obviously if I build this as This is the smallest branch inbound, isn't it? Let's actually think about this. Maybe it'll be less symmetric. Well, it will be less symmetric. It's pretty obvious, but if it went over here. Huh, can't be there because... So it'd have to be even 2 more over, which gets it right up against this. There is no way for it to get closer than 1, 2, 3 from the tile. It loses the symmetry, but it retains it off the grid. Use right side to have... What? Right side to have the station. Don't know. I was like, why would it be on the other station? Why would they be on the other station? Other side? Like the only thing it would happen would be if I then did... And this I'm not gonna do it, don't worry, because it's awful. But I could do something like this. And then build it like that. That hurts my soul so much. So much. Right? But no, you know what? You know why this, even if this was a good idea, and it's not, but even if it was, it's not though, but even if it was, right? Then it wouldn't be possible. Hey Pavel, thank you for the 16.
Returns.
Because then I
Welcome
couldn't
home.
rely on stamping the blueprints. The blocks would no longer be independently independent. Independent. Wow, that was very independent. Because then I'd have to sort of do a check to see, oh, is this one a block that has multiple entrants, like for example making satellites, would probably take stations on all sides, or a science block where it takes all of the different 7 different sciences inbound. Then it couldn't be placed next to this because it would collide with this. So it is it would no longer fit the template form. This is an option. It's not a great option. Cannot. What? One block that has 4 fuel stops. I don't know what you mean, Silver Season 1 that has 4. Would you mean like 1 in every X would be just for refueling? Another option is, would it be possible to manipulate consistently, though, to guarantee that I always have these filled up? Right? If I did like this, could I guarantee that this one would always be full? That's an interesting concept. What's the best the blue signs gives you? This one. Why it's blue chest? Because you don't have a blue chest until you have that signs. And I have decided that I want things to be built from blue signs. And there might be like a small thing, but it's the easiest. Rocket fuel is blue signs, right? Yeah, it's blue signs. Only if you have plenty of production. Okay, but how would I have plenty of... How would I end up getting robots to move things around? I would do that by putting in a box and having recursive blueprint delete the box, and then it would spread out. Fuck. No. That's so abusive. I really don't like it, but this is actually not the worstest idea. It is the okay. Let me just get this. It is the worst idea. We also have to remember that I actually need room for circuits around these. These are... I need one... What do I actually need for the circuit for this? Yeah, I need... Yeah. Train limit. Enable train limit, yes. So you will not be able to fill this chest anyway. Well, I could if... Why not corner station? One. With circuits and fuel in mind, wouldn't 1-2 trains really be the better option? Maybe. That's why we designed the whole thing. Oh. What? No path, why? Oh, that's because it's not... That's not what it's called. Oh, it's turned the wrong way. Ha! Whoop. Problem with this is generally that it has to go in here. That one, that one. And There's just so much that needs to be going out here. Plus we need to do the circuit logic for what, when, why, how. Fuel, nothing. Fuel. Okay, so that gets some fuel. Another idea is, could you gain anything from double-headed 1111 train? Oh, from, oh, that's a good idea. Maybe, is it? Okay, we know what this is supposed to do. That's... I don't know if that's gonna mess up, but let me just try and just for illustrating what that could imply, for example. Yeah, not really great though. Actually, I don't think that. The point was that it would sort of be making as a spike in here, and then that could go out here. That would be excellent. We go in and go out, but that's kind of in the way. And I can't get it further down here with like the 111 double-headed train would go in and then go out again. Yeah. If I could get it down here, then yes, but I can't because then it can't merge back out on the line. And if I get it down here, then it might as well merge. Continue that 180 curve to 270. I don't think 180 curve. What is a 180 curve? Which one is the 180 curve? Don't think. That's disgusting. That's just... It's still not enough to get it out here, but then it just have to go like that, right? But on the other hand, okay, so this here, and then go one out. Get one tile. Ah! Okay. One tile, and then loop it back out. How that on the inside? I needed it up there. Yeah, that's blocking this one. When are we getting trains in 2 dimensions? Overpasses, underpasses. Underground train segment, yes. Mega metro. Underground. I think that we're still the least awful option, and that is really as big of a compliment as I can give it. The least awful option is still this one. For a 1-1 train. Another option that I'm at this moment not ruling out is, how about just accepting that it has yeah, that we have blue circuits or blue belts. Yeah, that sucks. Or blue boxes, right? Not blue belts, blue boxes. Now we'll then go up, sneak up, and then put into the other one. Ah, it's not gonna get in there. bottom left corner. I don't know why that's different. I like that better, I think. It's I don't know, what do we like better? Something. Yeah, I know it's something. I also think this is not the right place. I think it's better to have it here. Oh no. By the way, this is bad. Because what's gonna happen? They're gonna cut corners. I think. Isn't it better to have it here? I think this is better than that. I don't know why. Why would it be better? You can also fit the fuel station inside the other two. Inside the other two? Like, here? True, but if that's what you mean. I don't know what you mean. You say hashtag blueprints? What? Inside the other two. Don't know what that means. It kind of has to sort of stay on the outside. Oh, right. You did link a blueprint. Yeah, that's the... Yep, that's your initial. But then I have to do that both on the bottom and the top side. And it's more like I have to do that for all stations. I kind of want the same principle for fuel trains. I don't know what I like the most or the least. I think consistency-wise, it's probably better to have it. The issue with this is how are we going to define all the circuits needed, because the circuits are going to be jammed in here. This is the problem. This can't reach. I think I actually have to think long and hard about how the circuits would work, because this it's something like this, right? The train station and main rails, I really don't want to do that. also ruins this design here. The reason why I don't want it on the main line is because I don't know how busy the main lines are going to be, and therefore I want to make sure that I don't use the main lines for other crap. So just get them off the main line, back on the main line. This is also why I decided not to have left turns, because I want to preserve the flow on the main line. Can you build circuits in the corner? Yeah, I think I have to look at the circuits right now. Oops, that's definitely not one of those. It has to be one of... Okay, so this filter insert, I was just thinking, was that the same tech? It is the same tech. There. Ah, that's so funny. This is not a good idea. No. To make sure that I don't do that. Oh no. Let's... Oops. Yeah, there you go. Hello, Dion. I've been watching your Base in the Book series on YouTube. Been a huge help in getting the grips on intricacies. Awesome. Appreciate it. Do you have an empty block blueprint? One with train stations on? Is this the one you want? I will just export, copy it, and then I hear that there's this this thing called Factorio bin. City block with stations. I don't know if that was the one you wanted, but now that's the one you're gonna get. There we go. Cars. Do inserters grab fuel out of locomotives? If so, it will loop. No, they don't. Do they? No, I don't think so. If you want to change fuel type later on, I don't. That's like upgrading this one to something else. I mean, I can always just... There we go. Done. Why not let the extra fuel station track end in the unloading station track? Referencing can then only leave again when the unloading station is empty. But that would be okay. No, I don't want that. Yeah, okay. So basically, instead of you can come in here and then get that in there. It's not enough room for it. Hello, kitty. In the main line and a bypass without station. No. Where would I build the bypass? I don't have extra space for stations. Different unloader? Yeah, okay, so instead of having it further up, you want to bring it back in. I don't know what the difference is. Don't know what the advantage is of this. It is better. The one your version is better. Okay, so now I get that. That's yes. Yeah, I could actually bring it this much in. That's kind of a lot. Bring it in. Yeah. Yeah.
Our illustrious champion returns.
I'll go back to the chat.
Welcome home.
Tinners, thank you for the 34 months. 34 months? Have you changed name recently? Tinners 58. I have a hard time imagining that I have been shouting out Tinners 58 33 times before this, and then the name sounds new to me. It's perfectly fine. Could you use one hub as the main fuel hub, train stuck in and out? No, that would be a very bad solution, because then all trains have to pass through a single location, and that would be the bottleneck for everything.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Angry One, thank you for the 31 months.
Home.
Been lurking for a while, a little while. Yeah. Well, sorry that I did not. I just felt that name seemed a little. Seems so familiar to me, but let me just. 13. Okay, 13 messages over 34 months, and that's my B. Oh, right. Okay, there's a fuel station comment. Thank you, Jeff, for filing that one. Oh, how about... thank you for highlighting your own message. Let me just have a look at that. On top of all the other things. Nope, not on top of that one. And... Is there room for that? I was considering having an overlap. Just exactly enough. And then this is going to be spaghettied out. Okay, that's what you have to add for that. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Exactly enough. This does seem like the better option, because then you don't have to sort of mess up those things in here. It also means that when there's a station train on each of these stations, it can go in here. Yeah. Unloading wise. Yeah, I don't like that option, no dash. The reason why I don't like that is because it has to come in and compete with... Okay, so these will take a little bit to unload. So the train comes in and unloads. And that takes some time. And in the meantime, if I have to then I'm also calling a fuel train. And the fuel train is stuck out here on the main line until it can go pass through and get in here. That's not good. In this case, it can always go in here when they are loading or unloading at these locations. I think that's a good. That's the perk I'm looking for. I want these back. I really want them ideally in these locations. And also as short as belt as possible. The question is then, do I then replicate it up in this corner? Or do I drag it the belt all the way around? Don't know. Don't know. But this added train seems like it's causing issues. Isn't everything covered by roboports? Why don't you just fly the fuel in? Because, hello Wild, the reason I'm not flying the fuel in is because the fuel is... I have decided that my tech level is blue science. And this is yellow science. So I've decided that I don't want to do that. At least until I gave up on trying to make it work. And not giving up just yet. So that's why it feels weird. Right. Let's stick to this one. I think we'll keep that around. I like that better. Yeah, this just goes out. This is pretty damn close. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. If it could go one tile over, then it would be perfect. But that's, yeah. Is this correct in terms of... Yeah. It looks correct to me in terms of circuits, or sorry, signals. Can't be anywhere else. Okay. So if we're so far, then let's have a look at the output. There you go. Trains. Love that train fuel, but not trains are defaulted. All good. At most, 0. Manual. Oh yeah, that's the mod doing it. Replicate loading station. If we can, then yes. What? Oh. Kind of important. Yep, thank you. This is the ideal middle spot. This is the ideal middle spot, yes. And we're gonna have 8 belts out, so let's see. Yeah, that's as close as we can reasonably make it. Okay, why this crazy unloading station? I don't know what's crazy about it. It's pretty symmetrical, and it is... Okay, there are a few priorities in this. One is, I want to be able to have the maximum throughput when there's only one station or one train that's unloading. if there's a little bit of drought, then I want to make sure that it delivers more than 2 lines in here. It'll be delivering as much as the output can handle. And then it's, of course, taking 8 belts and converting it to 2. Okay, let's have a look at this. If we're kind of thinking about the same way, now, am I gonna accept basically this idea where the first one is gonna take more and the second one is gonna take the other one, or am I gonna force myself to do this build, this ish build, where I guarantee that they only take half of them each? If I do this, it's not, I don't think this, oh actually let's just test it. Don't care about thinking, I'd rather test. Okay, so this is even. I just wanted to make sure.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Keanu, thank you for the
Welcome
9 months.
home.
You only need to fuel delivery to every requested train station or every provider, but not both. Yes. I understand that. But then I have to figure out if it's going to be one or the other. Redeemed AMA. Hi. Hi indeed. 4 to 8 balancer. Yeah, this. It might be a better 4 to 8 balancer. Let's have a look at what that looks like in our blueprint. Zip. Let's try 4 to 8. 4 to 8. Oh, that's good. Go. Let's see. This is going to be a little tricky, isn't it? Nope. It's just going to be just fine. Guess that's just going to be as simple as that. The other one is aligned towards the middle of the train station. That's better to be aligned towards the middle of the train station than it is to be aligned to the middle of. So let's make sure that it aligns here. This feels too simple. Am I missing something? You don't need to balance output. Balance everywhere. Yeah, I'm following the Thanos school of balancing. Hmm. Doesn't look particularly nice, does it? I don't like it. I'm gonna try something else. I want to split it as late as possible. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, but loading is also way easier than unloading. And they're not going to be constrained in any way. They can, all the belts are flowing all the time, so it's, yeah, it's doing what it's supposed to. If you're only sending 2 belts of throughput to each train, the balancing does nothing for you. It looks great. It looks great. Like, if I don't have the balancer, there's not going to be a... This is basically tying a knot. And instead, otherwise it'll be like, this one goes up here and then spreads out like that. Why do I have 2 belts going to each station? What do you mean 2 belts going to each station? No, but I guess you do not need to fill... Do not need to... need to and still filled. Yes, correct. Why do you have 2 belts going to each station? I only have 1 belt going to... Oh, 2 belts for each station? I mean, I don't know. If I only had 1, then it wouldn't be enough. So I kind of have 2 belts for each. Oh, right. Now I get it. Now I get it. Okay, okay, hold on. All right, so the point is also here that let's say this station here is full. Then I can't unload 4 into these. That's the whole point. This is what I need to achieve. Yes. All right, so now I kind of get it. Hope this works. And I'll try to unload one of them and load the other one. Yeah. Okay, so the point of this is, what if one train is full, or this train is not going to be here anymore? Yeah, okay, that's... I just undid. I just pressed undo on my train movement. That's not how train movements work. Shitty dude. Oh. But that would be corresponding to these ones being taken out, right? Oh. So this one stops. And then the question is, will enough flow through? No! You stupid damn bad one. Yeah, it needs to be, yeah, because it's like that. Okay. That would be like this, and then something like that, right? That would work. It's gonna be a little bit different. It'll be up here. Boop, boop. And then you're gonna be taken out, and you're gonna be taken out. See that the still works the other way around. Once this one jacks up, and then go. Okay. Hello, middle cloud. Then the question is there a nicer way to do this? This is kind of nice, right? I don't know if it would be nicer if they were compacted in here, or... Nah. I think this is nice enough, isn't it? It doesn't look that great. Put an ore filter onto your belt right there. Nope. Nope. This, that's not how it works. It can't enter this way. See? Well, fair enough question, but that's... Using 8x8, I don't think an... The 8x8 is pretty big. And I don't think it would... Would it do anything for us? This is the nice one. But this is the small one. We don't need to have any... hold on. Is this... No, no long belts. No, this can also... This also works as red. Let's see how much space that takes. It would need to be more because it needs 4 belts inbound. So that's a whole lot of no thanks. You can if you can squeeze 1 tile of space, there's a small improvement to the belts. Was that if you can squeeze? If you can squeeze 1 tile of space, a small improvement to the belt. Okay, let me just understand what I'm looking at here. Well, what? What is this doing? What is this? Is it instead of this part? Why would you say this is an improvement? My guess is that you're saying it because then they can be more efficiently picking up. But if they can pick up everything... an income belt as well. Yeah, but the thing is... I'm optimizing a non-bottleneck, and we all know that that is... I mean... It can consume the full belt. Oh, you mean like... Okay. So in the case that this one is shut off, then these will actually come in too fast for it, and it'll start stuttering down here. Is that what we're seeing? Yeah, we'll see a little bit of stutter. And this one will prevent that stutter to a certain extent at least. There, and F, I guess? Ah, no, not like that. Not like that. Yeah, that doesn't work. But then it'll have to be, then I ruin the symmetry by doing this, by having those attachments over there. I am not a fan. I mean, it's completely correct. It is correct that it is better, but it becomes a lot less readable with those belts, and it is slightly improving the case, the special case where we only have one train there. I mean, it's not a hypothetical scenario, but it's also just it's a marginal scenario. Not an edge case, but yeah. Without underneath these. Yeah. It's like maybe 5% of the time it's going to be relevant, and it'll give a 10% improvement 5% of the time. Like, I don't know. Sorry, that's just guessed numbers, but it's kind of how it feels. This one. I wanted that to go down there. Why? Why did this one decide to go here? Oh, it kind of has to. And this one, why did that? Oh, it kind of had to because of that. So that's why I pushed them out. So let's be consistent and push them out here as well. Lights. Lights. Here, and here. Is that where we put the lights as well? Yes, on either side of the middle belt. Alright, well that was the easy part. Might stop at a turbo search minimum circuit, but not sure it solves anything. Or at least it's different. Okay. Oh, a belt turbo search. Oh, that's so cool. Wow. Oh, whew, that's something different. Did we have a break at midnight? No, we didn't. Did we? Did we have a break at midnight? Did I just get completely lost in this? I don't feel we had a break at midnight. What is this monstrosity? I have to look at it. That's an interesting choice of power poles. What? One train unloader not keeping up. Hmm? On the unloader, if you move the left belt one tile, you can put the signal back in. What are we saying about the one train unloader not keeping up? Alright, yeah, one train that is... Yes. If there's only one train coming in here, it can't keep up. That I know that, because that's kind of obvious with this. Right. That can't be getting a full belt. We're not getting full belt. Yep, that's correct. And I am aware. And that's kind of... I'm going to say that it's by design, but that's just how it is. Oh, that's definitely not what I wanted. No! Get back here. No. Oh, that was ridiculous that actually did not go wrong. All right. Delete. Oh, what? That's not the right. That is not what it should be called. It should be called like this. Yeah. So I set on 1.1 because if you do the unloading that way, you'll be stuck with it in the whole base. Technically not really. I'll be stuck with it. I'll be stuck with it for some things, right? Like this thing, yes. And also if I load it here, then of course I'm also gonna unload it like this next time. But if when I transport, I don't know, blue circuits, then I don't have to do it if I don't want to. Then I can do it. All right. Let me try to figure out what this thing was. Just, I never found out that if I did have my break. I never had my break, right? I feel like it's been forever since I had a break. But I guess we'll just go on to the next one. Okay. So this is something completely different. This is a taboo search that I don't understand how it works, but okay. Faction Musculata. Wood chest needs to be filled with, and 1 coin in the main loop. Filled with? What do you mean? And 1 coin. What do you mean by filled with? I don't think you're talking about. Yeah. Where are the coins? Holy shit! The coins are gone. Oh no! Ah! So now the coins exist as a signal, but they don't exist as an item. Ah, that's a little bit much. Damn it! That was not what I wanted. Okay, you said filled with. It was supposed to be right there, right? Hmm. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Does that not work? I really thought that worked. I have to do it like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7. All right.
More shall gather. More shall enter the fray.
Yokoka, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Just like that. Welcome. And thank you for your 10 gift subs. Oh, and also, last time I was here to thank you for the Citadel blueprints. This time I'm here to thank you for the inspiration to take your Coverx blueprint and overcharge it with 1 UV235 every 5 seconds and make a fully balanced 12 core reactor fit into a... Oh wow, that's a lot. Spent 12 days on it, but it was fun. Oh, you should share that in the Discord. A fully balanced 12 core reactor to fit in a 100 by 80 tiles. That's crazy. I did not think that was possible. I thought they would need way more than just physically space for it. Huh. Impressive. And thank you for 500 bits. Exenor, Enexor, thank you for... Yeah, please share it either in a... or please share it as a blueprint. Put the blueprint on factoriobin.com and then paste the link in the Discord. And then everyone can see it. It probably goes onto the path, but it was too close. Yeah. Yeah, that you also did something that was too close for the... Too close to the path. You'll work on curved rails. Yeah. Ah, I was probably on Factorio. That's also almost as good. Right. Okay, so I still need to figure out what... And then I need to have one of these coins on the belt. On this belt? I'm trying. So what am I doing? Okay, let's just try and figure out what this does. Just... So now it counts up to 2. What's the best site for blueprints? I prefer factoriobin.com because it's made by Jeff, which means it's good. And the second one is that it's always up, and Factorio Prints is down more than up, or at least it has been. And then stuff doesn't load, and I just got really annoyed with it. And then I bitched and moaned about it, and then Jeff was like, "All right, screw it. In order for me to make him shut up, then I have to build a website." And then I guess we all won. That's not why I made Factorio Bin. Well, I'm pretty sure it is. I'm sure it is. Stop at least one of my recurring complaints. That's my story. But Patreon started deleting historical blueprints. Yeah, lost all the stuff on page. Yeah, and needed somewhere. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it started deleting the paste bin. So I'm interjecting myself in here. It was an issue that we started losing stuff on Pastebin, and some things got flagged and stuff like that, and it sucked. And I was like, I don't want to use Factorio prints because it sucks. And then, yeah, good. I simply don't know it. I'm pretty sure that subconsciously it was an influence. All right. This thing seems to work. So let me explain not how it works, but what it does. It basically counts how many times this little thing here has passed by here. And then for each time it passes by, it'll export 1 from here. This one is set to overwrite size. And then it stacks up until this one opens when... What is it connected to? It's connected to this part. And this one is... What is that? Where are you storing the data? Where are you getting the green one? This is delivering green when anything is over 1. Where do you get that input from? You can only get it from here, and that's the... You're not reading... How do you get the input? There's only one input from this, and that comes from there. Makes no sense. It's not reading the hand contents. I don't get this. Ah, okay. It's also this one. Okay. So, whenever this... Whoop, then it lights up green. The green signal goes in. Does it also blink? It does a little blink. And then it goes. Okay, so this part here only controls that inserter, ouserter. Now, what triggers this one? This one is looking at when it's empty. Ah, that's clever. So when this one's empty, that means we've reached the end of the tablet. And once that's empty, it sends a signal of a green. That green goes that way around. So this green and this green have nothing to do with each other. I'm running pretty fast. When blue and green signal. Okay, so there's a demand and the taboo list is 0. The reset is the hacky one. If it is there, anything on the, yeah, okay, so the reset condition, that's hooked up to the green wire, and that green wire is opening this one. And the reason why it's 4 tiles is because this is now transporting, and if there's only 1 tile, then this one would not be able to let out all the stuff in 1, 2, 3, 4. So I guess this wouldn't work if the taboo list was greater than what. Oh, right. Okay, these are bluebells. Never mind. Damn it. Yeah. So yes. Okay. So that's based on there is a token in these tiles. And as long as there's a token in these tiles, this one is open. And as soon as it passes out here, this one closes again and then starts up a new loop. Now it's empty. It's not empty. Almost empty. 2, 1. It's pretty clever. Oh, it's very clever, I think. And as long as and then it's empty again. Okay. I think only thing I would change would be maybe cleaning up the conditions here, like so I don't use the green signal for both things when they're different. But that's minor. The disadvantage of this is how much space it takes. Allowed to use blue belts. Not for the factory. But this is not really something to do with the factory. This is logic, and it would still work with the red one as well. Okay, let's. This one I'm happy with. Now let's. Yeah, yellow would be fine up to. What is it? 8, 4 plus 4 plus 4 plus 4 up to 16 in taboo list, and that's definitely too much to have in a taboo list. Okay. Anyway, that's good. Now let's try and do the circuits. Oh, I can't remember how to do circuits. Alright, on the unloader, if you move the left one on the unloader, if you move the left belt 1 tile, you can put the signal back. Oh, yeah, I saw that comment, but I don't want it. Because I'm actually kind of happy with having it here. I think I prefer it down there instead. Okay, so let's figure out how to do the circuits. Ooh, we might have a little bit of an issue here. Oh no, okay, it can reach. All right, so this is summarizing all of this, and that needs to go. Well, this is just for test purposes, just so I can see the number. Yeah. Ah. Yes. So what's the maximum here? That is 240, 2,400 times 8, 19,800. So we have to think about this. Yeah, we're gonna do basics. Conditions. Since this is gonna be hard-coded for this, if ore is less than, I don't know if we want to use the L. Yeah, let's go with the L. And keep it on the green wire. Send to train. Enable, disable, set train limits. L is it. And less than 0, probably a little bit too low. What do we want it? How much? A train is carrying not that much. Train's carrying 2,000. So a train here is coming in with 4,000. And that means as soon as it goes below, technically the limit is 15,200. That's cutting it a little bit too close. Maybe. I don't know. Input 1, yes, of course. Yeah, 19,200, yes. And that's also why I like 15,000. Then we have 200 buffer plus whatever travel time it takes. That should be fine. And I want them bumped up. I want them maxed out if at all possible. Then let's... Will cause performance issues if abused. Alright. I feel you're tagging me. I posted both blueprints in the blueprint channel on Discord. Thank you. I want to check it out. Do we have a blueprint channel? Yes, we do. They have blueprints. Scroll. Oh my god, there's a lot of scrolling. Yep, that's tight. I can't determine whether it's the right thing, but it looks really nice. Like just oh, there are 4 turbines that are sort of sticking out. And what are those solar panels for? Just to make sure that it can start. Well, 100 tiles still means that it goes to the middle of here and the middle of there, which isn't obviously not something I can use, but that doesn't mean it's bad. It just means that I don't like it. All right, so it looks like we got the L. We got this one. This one is set to train limit 0 of 1. Yeah, okay. Okay, so let's do the same thing for this one down here. Set train limits L. Yep. This one is 19,000 inbound. And let's also kill these. And these are all open because otherwise it wouldn't be 19,000. So when this one drops below 15,000, then it will also open. It is very deliberate that I keep these separate. Yes. 19,000 is always on, yes, but that's why I'm setting it to 15. 15 is, a full train can come in and unload at the station. And we let this one just trickle down. And then I think we'll... Now, here's another part. Will we also do it up here? I think not. There, I'll just set the train limit to equal 1, because they always should have one train available. Okay, so here's another part. Should this be... should I use something with lights for this? Like, would that be good, bad, interesting, irrelevant? Some kind of thing where the station turns on when it's... The lights are turning on when it's active, or is that kind of irrelevant? I don't know. Or maybe I want to go on out so I could get it down here next to it instead. Light the station when trains are needed. Exactly. There is no stacked waiting areas for trains. Will it be perfectly synced? Yes. Because it'll only request a train when the train can actually come in and unload. So, and it'll only request one. On top of that, each of these will have just a hard limit of 1. So that there will always be room for one train. And that means I just need to make sure that the number of trains should be determined by the provider. So the provider trains should be part of the blueprint. That's important. Okay, principal. The fuel train locomotive should be at the back to drive engagement in YouTube comments. But it's actually just more efficient to have it like this. So I think I'll take that hit on YouTube engagement. I've noticed fewer comments on my YouTube channel, and I think it's because all the idiots, I've just marked them as shadow banned them. So 96 by 200. Huh. Yeah, I don't know why. Right. So this is working, and this is working. These cannot be taken out. Ah, where are you going, my friend? Why did you run away? Why did it run away, though? Is it manual? You switched to automatic as I... Oh, no, that's so weird. Where did the other train go? It just ran away. You just ran away. I think that's the... I know what it is. It's the mod that I have that makes trains turn automatic. Otherwise, they couldn't be placed by blueprints. Alright, this one also has to be done. This will be 10. Yeah, I think when this one is 0, then we just request a train. I don't think it needs to be more than that. When this one equals 0. Then send here, hit train limit, set train limits with L, and that's gonna set to 1. What do we think about the idea of lighting stations when they are active? My main concern about it is the fact that I don't have... Like, I can light these 3 up, I guess. When L is greater than 0. I don't know if that's actually nice or not. You have to have lights. It wouldn't be news without proper lighting. Yeah. in slave trains. Yeah, they run away when they have the chance. The problem is, like, I really want one right there, but I can't. I can obviously build one down here, but it's not the same if it's not up here. So, guess I just have to. Why not set the train limit to 1 and disable the station? Because disabled stations. Let me just. When you disable a station. Oh man, I can't remember the details, but disabling stations is really bad. It makes them skip that one and go back to the original. To skip it in the line. So if you want it to be skipped, then yes. If you want it to wait to go out until you can actually get it, you want to use disabled. There's definitely no reason to do both. Right? I can't with 100% certainty say that there is an error scenario in this, but I can with 100% certainty say that you're basically adding something more than what I'm having here, right? And if you're already using train limits, then use the train limits. If you're not using train limits, then you need to enable. But if you're using one, then don't need the other one. Toggling train limits with circuits is what is done already in other stations, yes. For this case, disabling train is perfectly fine, maybe even better than limit. You did it last time for consistency. You have the advantage that you can see them. Well, it's only the arrow that turns red in this case. You can't see stuff that's... Can you see stuff that's limited? Yeah, in this case, when it skips it, it goes back to the... Oh no, but that might not actually be... No, it will always have a... It'll always have an idle station that's available. Yes, it'll always have an idle station. Right, these will just be set to 1, so that's not a big deal. Oh, these are gonna run away when I have to take you out first. Ah. Now I'm building... There. And... Manual. And then it has to... What is happening at this point? Station requesting fuel will need a different name from the ones requesting rocket fuel for parts. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. That is a very good point. Whew, that would take a long time before realizing that. So that should actually be a locomotive instead. That would make more sense. Yeah, locomotive to that. Yep. Up here. I need to build Why do I not have that? Why? Give me that stupid thing. There. Right. What is the... This is until full, and then go to... But we're gonna have to have one that actually has that name. Well, just for test purposes, of course. But it has... I have to have one. Because I need to... Part of the blueprint has to include also the... this design. These are too close to each other, aren't they? Like... Could it be... this one? Maybe it would actually be the other way around. Like this, maybe? So that's station exporting that. That's this one going into a station. Better? Spaces. I think spaces are important. Empty. That's just it. So they are going to be here, and they're going to be part of the blueprint. This one is definitely not going to be part of the blueprint, and it's definitely not going to be here. Good. Yeah, but I'm not going to do the refueling here. The refueling will be built when I design the refueling part. Which is something we're going to have to do. We have engine in the middle of it. I think it was actually Grundig who suggested it this time around. But there are some... Or was it Everlist? Or was it Grundig and then Everlist jumped on the bandwagon? The front or the back bandwagon. Not the middle bandwagon because that's a locomotive. So, yep. And I got swayed by that. Make me feel better regarding my Factorio struggles. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of small, subtle changes and ideas and improvements you can always do. All right, so what do we think about this city block as in a nutshell, as a whole? We have the circuit conditions, we have the belts, of course, we have the exit, and yep, that is also. We think signals are correct. Doesn't have any residue any other places. It has refueling for top station. Well, that's the idea that we shouldn't need that. Actually, I don't like that. Let's try to think about it. What is better to have the requester or the provider be the fuel? I think it's provider. Because the provider will have always a station here. I think it's actually better to have the provider doing this than the requester, because there will be more requesters per provider, generally. Yeah. You have more requesters than providers, yes. Yeah, refuel always at providers. I think that's correct. I'm on board with that. Damn it. Why is this one not powered? Oh no, they're gonna be fighting for... This one connects to here. And how come that doesn't connect to that one? Because it's... No? That's another part. Is it nice pattern? Yeah. Yes. This one. That one here. Probably should add condition for refueling in train schedule. Like, you probably should add condition for refueling in train schedules. Like, if inactivity. But only for this one, and I haven't built the train for this, so not gonna do it for this one. Oh, all right. Okay, let me just think this through. No, because this one, when it comes in, it's gonna stay here until full, and that means when a train comes in empty, then it has to fill up 4,000 in each. By that time, it will be able to get this. Right. Yeah, I don't see a scenario. We just assume we have enough time to refuel. I mean, we just have to think about what is the scenario where we wouldn't have enough time. That would be the case when it comes in and it has no fuel left or almost no fuel left, and it fills up 4,000 or plates, and in the meantime, or in the time it takes for this to fill up 4,000, I am not getting a train inbound. It just doesn't seem likely. And even in the earliest case, then this one will only leave when the train is full. That means it'll always wait until the train is full, and the earliest time it can be full is when the block is stamped down. This one comes in, gets some trains in, the trains unload, the trains fill up here, it all goes up here. When it goes in here, then it fills up. And all that time, I just need to come in and unload a little bit. So I don't think it's fine. I don't think it. Or one satellite. If it's one satellite, then we might do it, but I don't think we're going to transport in one satellite. Yeah, I'm going to have to assume it for this case. I want these to be as simple as possible. I don't want to add a condition if that condition is... If I can't even think of a scenario that is... and if it happens, it happens. Then we'll just cross that bridge when we get there. But I'm also now going to have to take this out. They'll have to be put somewhere else. Alright, break time. Now I'm going to take my last break. In the last hour, we are going to clean this up. Oh. Yeah, I didn't want to restart it until we got to a point where I would actually restart it and then try stamping some of these down. I need to make a provider block here that just provides stuff. And then we let it go from there. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how that's... Alright, so we'll take a short break. I'll just remember to save, just in case I make a silly mistake. And then I'll be back in 2 minutes with the last of the bonus hours for today. That's absolutely crazy to have 2 bonus hours, but I guess you like Factorio. Be back in 2. And welcome back. There's one more thing we have forgotten. Well, that is the part. Now we have identified when a block needs another train, but we have not identified when the block is insufficient. Huh. What is the condition? What is the condition that will tell the brain, this function, to build another iron smelting block? So there can be 2 conditions as far as I can tell. They can either be, this one is too low. That's a very reasonable thing, that if the total amount in all of this block is less than something, then request more. The other one is based on requests, so basically saying, yeah, if the request is less than, or if, for example, if you look at here, then this is going to request a new train coming in when it's less than 15,000. So that means the total amount of in all of these chests should basically be 15,000 plus 15,000, and then dropping a little bit below and then going over. So it'll hover around 15,000 and the other one will hover around 15,000. So in total it should be hovering around 30,000. So if it drops below 10,000, oh shit, we are definitely not getting enough inbound here, which could either be trains or it could be supply, but there is a problem. It's basically build another block. So opinions on whether it's better to identify building a new block based on we are unable to keep up with demand for a block, or we are unable to keep up with the supply. So in this case, it would be, this is 4,200, so calculate it. There are 16 blocks times 4,800. That means this one can store 76,800. And if that drops below, I don't know, 20,000, then there's a problem. You will not be able to bootstrap Factory by amount of requests. There are no requests if there are no requesters. Correct. Except, I think I would have to start the build with request one of everything, because otherwise I have nothing that drives me towards launching a rocket. It should basically be like, okay, build one of everything, and then once it builds something, then it should first of all add it to taboo, and then it'll start feeding into it, and then it will always start from the earliest part of the range, so it won't be going down to yeah, it's a list that goes down, so it'll go like iron smelting. Nope, we're good. Copper smelting. Oh no, we want new one. All right, make a copper smelting. And then does it go further down the list, or does it go loop back to the start? It needs to loop back to the start, I think, because it always needs to do the earliest one first. Low supply will happen before requests are unsatisfiable. Low supply will happen before requests are unsatisfiable. If I am able to send enough trains in here, because that's my main concern. That's my main concern about having it based on providers or supply. If it's supply driven, like if this supply is less than 20,000, then we might just be in a case where it'll never drop below 20,000. But because the fact is I only have 2 trains, and the train going out, unloading, coming back, loading, going out, unloading, just won't be able to really drain it fast enough. And the rest of the factory is starving because 2 trains cannot service enough for the iron. But that doesn't make any sense, because if that's the case, then it must be able to burn down the stockpile. Otherwise, I built it too big. Shouldn't you build a train for every block? I should build a train for every provider, not for every requester, because if I build it for every requester, there's going to be jammed in the network. They will be idling at their provider station. That's just how I always do it. Idling at providers and then going to the requester, because there'll be multiple requesters for the same provider most of the time. Always. Just some cleanup. I'm gonna now build a little bit of distraction from this one. I want to put that back in our main loop as a template thing that we want to do. I'm not sure that I'm going to use this, but I like it. So what is the cleanup? It's another color. Where's the yellow one now? Where's the yellow coming from? Coming from this one. And that's monitoring what again? Monitoring this box. So this basically says if this box is empty, then send a yellow signal. The yellow signal goes up here, yellow signal, and the blue signal, that's the consistent demand, resets, and then gives us a green ping on this. Now this one, yellow signal. This one's green. Zzzt. Looking nice. Thank you. Like it. Unsatisfied requests will detect both insufficient production and insufficient distribution. And I need to start with one request of everything to begin with. I don't even know how I'm going to do that. Huh. Yeah. One startup is the hard part. Otherwise, it's simply if plate supply is low while ore is high. While ore is high. I don't want to be doing conditional. That seems to just complicate matters. That means this one should then have a summary of all of it. Can you just start with science labs requesting all the packs and then it will propagate backwards? Yeah, but that's not correct. Yes, I can do that, but do you then imply that I should start by building my science labs? And then if I build the science labs, then that will be... That's a weird thing to build first, I think. But it does kind of make sense, actually. That is, actually, I think, I like that. I like that. Is the train track grid effective at avoiding train congestion? Kind of. We don't have roundabouts, we don't have left turns, and we have very short trains, which also means they're fast. So those things should make it pretty speedy. But there will probably be locations that just randomly get really congested. Right, so let's think about it. Supply. You can request just constant request of one load of space science, and it will unravel everything. That's true. That's actually the best. Is this track grid effective at avoiding train congestion? It depends. I mean, I think it's not optimized for train traffic the same way that my mega base in a book was, because my mega base in a book was optimized because I knew that it would be the constraint that would kill it. I don't think that's the case here. I think that the number of trains moving around this network is going to be relatively small. Think of my what was it called? Can't remember what series, but the series where every patron was a train. I think it was the train, yeah. And then we had like city blocks, and it was like really elaborate, weird pattern YouTube series. That one had like, I don't know, 300, 500 trains or something running around, small, fast trains, and that was LTN, which generates extra deliveries, and it wasn't a problem. Did you already build a lookup table for the products, i.e. greens required plates and wires? No, I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that. It'll do that by itself by looking at the trains. All right, so I think that's correct that I think that if we request some space science, then the whole thing... No, I don't like that. Because then it'll build it backwards. And then nothing will happen in the base for a very long time. If I start by requesting the last things, then the first thing that'll happen is, all right, build rocket silo. Like, nothing happens in the base. Okay, well, now build rocket control units. Still nothing happens in the base. Okay, then let's break that one down. Okay, build blue circuits. Still nothing happens in the base. Like, all right, build red circuits then, because that's part of blue circuit. Still nothing happens. All right, build green circuits then. Still nothing happens. Build copper. There we go. And then the first thing starts going, and then so it'll be. I'd rather build it. Get the iron going, get the copper going, get the steel going, get the stone bricks going, get the plastic going, get the green circuits going, get the red circuits, and so like you add them up from the bottom up instead of from the top down. And I want to do that by sort of starting by requesting one of each. Isn't it cool to build it backwards? No, I don't think so. Because that means I'm going to start it. And for the first 2.5 hours of runtime, nothing happens in the base. I don't think that's good. If you go bottom up, you'll have to hard code the initial things. Yes, and that's also what I like. I like that idea for a number of different reasons. I'll cut this out. There. I don't know exactly how I want to hard code it. Because it has to be like this will be hard coded continuously. But it has to be something that resets once it's done one time. Do I want to keep track of how many of each I have? That would be like a cool summary thing here to track each city block and how many power city blocks, how many green circuits, how many stuff. Yeah. I don't know how to get one of every type. Because it has to be like an extra logic that identifies, have you built this? Yes. If you do, then flip that switch. What triggers increasing production when everything is going? If your default block to build is base science, then nothing else is being built. Then it always will induce more demand. If your default block to build is space science, then nothing else is built. Yes, that's also my intention. That was sort of something I had in mind, that I want to build up so that I have one of each thing basically, and then probably find out that I need more iron, copper, steel, green circuits than just one, and then sort of it's kind of it's a pyramid. Like the top is the rocket or the space. The top is the science labs, and then that goes down into each of the science parts. And then, for example, the rockets go down to that, and then the bottom is just full of iron and copper, and then the one step up, it's green circuits and plastics and stuff like that, and then that cascades upwards to reach. And that means when you start it, you'll start from the bottom, and then it'll go up, but it'll still be like a triangle, because by the time you need to build red circuits, you're going to need to increase your green circuit build, and you increase your plastic build, or increase your copper builds, and then that gets more on the ground level. And then once you need to add blue circuits, then the whole thing needs to be scaled up again, and then the triangle with the ground levels and the intermediates and the final products gets bigger and bigger. It's kind of how I'm thinking. Could be just labs city build, and it'll request each science. Then red science first to build will request both iron and copper, and it'll go further down. Yes, that's also kind of, as long as I do this sequence here in the right order, so that it will that's a great idea. Yeah, that's actually gonna work. Then I don't need to seed it. So I need to make sure that if I look at, I'm going to pick you up. There we go. I'm going to take a look at you here. So the first thing I build is science labs, slabs. That will generate a request for all of these. And then there will be no requests for, now I'm going to change this, because that's actually important. Because this will also be the priority list. This is the priority list going like this. The first thing I build is, I will always have a constant demand of science lab builds. I think that was also what Jeff was saying. Always more science labs. So if I have nothing else to do, just build an extra science lab, right? So the science lab, and then that will generate demands for all of these things. Then it'll loop again, go back, go all the way in, and then it will get red-green science. Build the red-green science, and then it'll start the loop again. And now it'll be red and green science will request some iron. There we go. We built an iron. It'll build some copper. There we go. Built some copper. And every time it'll restart. And then it'll get some green circuits. There we go. Let's get some green circuits. And then it'll restart again. And then maybe it'll want to make some iron, but it can't. It's in taboo. Copper. Nope. Can't in taboo. Green, more green. Can't in taboo. But now we'll start getting some green and red circuits in. So we'll go for the military science. That means I need to make some bricks, some steel, and then we get more iron, more copper, and so on. So it won't be building more science labs until it has all of these, everything else is fulfilled. That's probably good. You need a hard-coded ratio for everything. No, that's the whole beauty of it. I don't need a hard-coded ratio because I built the taboo search. I have built in a heuristic so that I don't have to hard-code things. Because I wouldn't be able to hard-code things, because when I then hard-code things exactly the right ratio, then I start adding extra demand, for example, solar panels. Oops, then the whole ratio got screwed. Okay, bake it into that. All right, when then I start adding a demand of resources in order to build the next block, whoops, that screws over the entire ratio again. So I have to be able to not hard-code things, because that's going to be too difficult. Or it'll be way overscaled just to make sure. So I have to make a way that it will prioritize the right things first. And I think that's actually a good way, because this this will function as a priority list, which means we need to sort of also make sure that the priority list is meaningful. For example, this doesn't make sense. I can't have plastic after red circuits. I can. Sure, it's fine. I think these are better to switch around. I don't think it actually matters much, but its main point is that we want to make sure that the science, which means that every time then it goes like, okay, we now have red and green science stable and idle, military science stable and idle. Now we go to blue science. As soon as we then build the blue science block, that'll trigger demands for everything up here, which means that the next 7 blocks or something will be stuff here, and then only then will we start making a blue science block. I think it might be a taboo list problem here, but no, because the taboo list only increments when it passes this one, and then I actually have to make sure that this is actually outputting on the other side. It'll be a little bit tricky, isn't it? I have to output on the other side, because I don't want it to progress further down the list. I want it to restart every time, so it restarts the priority from the beginning. Highest priority is power generation. Yes. That's no good. And I can no longer monitor this one. And if I monitor this, will that be the same? Yeah, the red outserter is going to be a problem because it then has to be here. So I can't build it here without putting this one back, and then it doesn't fit, and then it's just, yeah. So that's the other part, yeah. It's basically, it's a big IT project where you have to break it down into smaller things that are each manageable by their own. It would be nice to have adjustable, but I think this could work. I don't know if... oh, it's right in there. Why is it right in there? Because it's waiting for this to get back in. Does it increment? It does increment. Yep. Yep. Yeah, power has to be priority 1, yes. But it's just less interesting than actually getting a build done. Alright, so we can... What do we need to do? We need to make a supply. We can use this one as a supply side for now. It's not going to be a permanent solution, but it's there. You will be supplying. That will not be this name. This will be... No? Like this. Train limit 1. Hey. Look what I got. Yeah, little night animals. Yeah, it even still less. It's less by 1. Oh. Cat emote. Yeah, we'll need to get Miss Timony to do a cat emote for us. Or 2, preferably. This is Speedy, soon to be renamed to Chunky. Because we're a bit round around the middle for a little kitty. One of those teenagers that don't sprout upwards but outwards. My cat is mad at me. I've started using my PC and my laptop is now off, so it's cold. Oh, I slept on my hot laptop. Right. Yeah. You're very cuddly. Well, I'm gonna try to get some work done, if that's okay with you. No? I guess it's not. Let's just see if he wants to sit in my lap without causing trouble. Yeah, that's the boom stand for the mic is probably not the best toy to play with. This one will just have limit 1. Yeah. I have no idea how much noise is coming into the phone when it bumps the boom stand. This one is just gonna be like that. Cat cam maybe make a spot and cats will come. Once I was using a soft doormat for a cat as a mark for sleeping place for him at work, and he was using it that himself. Yeah, I did buy a new like climbing thing for the living room, so that the other one, the older one I have, which is like more of a barrel thing where they can lie on top, I can then bring that up here. But I now have a giant mattress standing there because of the stuff. And then that's not the problem. The problem is I need a second camera. I need a second, what's it called? A conversion thing between the camera and the one. I need an extra green screen, an extra light. I mean, it is so much money. It's basically a cat cam is going to cost me $1,000 or something like that. And it's like, I'm not super keen on buying a camera, buying another converter. I don't know what it's called, an HD something, camlink, HD, a camlink, and lighting, and then figuring out setting it up, having more inputs, that kind of thing, right? I have an old camera and no need for green screen for cat cam. Oh, I absolutely need a green screen for cam. That's not the biggest issue. The biggest issue is the camera, yeah, but and then I do need a cam link. So it's otherwise you just don't buy me. No, cat cam, webcam pointing it because cat. It's just a cat cam, not a porn cam. So you're saying you'd want that in high resolution, but not the cats in high resolution? That seems like you have a bad case of bad priorities. Here. How is this one not going in there? Oh, it's because it's in automatic mode. Okay. From no idea. It doesn't make any sense at all, does it?
Our
Oh,
illustrious
hey,
champion
Cuff27,
returns.
thank you.
Welcome home.
Title for the cat cam window, kitty block. Yeah, thank you. There's something weird about this. Like, this one is what? This is the one that I don't understand my own logic. This is supposed to mean this is requesting iron into a station. Yeah, I don't like my nomenclature for this. It's awful. I can't understand it. It's supposed to be logical. I think these ones are just gonna have to be called basically there. That's the provider. Providers just have blah. You're just providing stuff. That's just being provided. Good. And that means also this one is just supposed to be providing this. Yes, it's just better. Now they are good. Yeah, I don't want to be have peas and stuff. There we go. That's better. Okay. Oh no! Well, that's not correct. And that's not correct. Let's go back to that one. Let's try again. Oh my god, it's it's so unnerving to have the train in the middle. Oh, it's gonna go into this one. Empty. Yeah. And then copy that and then find that one. It's the wrong one that got tagged, but that's fine. There you go. That's the one I wanted. Ah, I'm gonna get killed. I'm gonna get killed here. Maybe I should have a proper... There we go. All good. But anyway, that's true. It's true. You know, I forgot this. I forget these things, right? There we go. Let's see where we're going. Yes. This is then, you could say that it could have been shorter if it could go down here and turn around, but going up here and around is actually really nice. All right. Waiting at it's being filled up. Let's actually see if this is, because if I can't even keep this up, like, what is this at? This is actually already at 2.6. Yeah, I think I have a little issue here. It's gonna be difficult to keep up. Let's see how it goes. We won't be coming into the other one yet. Where is the other one? Still loading. Done. And then we're at 4-ish. Okay, it is coming. There's an elegance, yes. I'm a little bit worried. There's absolutely a problem here. This is too big. I can't support it with trains because this is, it's just, no, more supply chains will not. Well, let's see, but I don't think so. It very marginally. Let's try it. Need a stack or queue? Yes. Don't like it, but I think that would be a little bit of truth to that. This train. How the hell did the other one go so quickly? Oh, it was because it was kind of off. And these ones now have one. Zoom zoom. So the issue now here is that as soon as this one goes out, it immediately should get another train tagged as inbound. So that as soon as they leave, another train is inbound. So if you look at, I'm just going to jump out. Yeah. As soon as this one leaves, whoosh. How the hell are you driving around with that? As soon as you leave, it's already the next one is inbound. But it can't come in faster than that. There. And then there should be another one inbound immediately. Physical to Buchanan in blueprints. Okay. Don't think I can... I'd like to think I'd take a look at that next time. I really want to use the last of this stream for taking this. With the locomotive in the middle at first, but I'm getting used to it. I do like how symmetric they look in the stations. Yes, if the outbound trains have the same problem, that'll solve itself, I guess. Well, not really, but those are also twice as big, twice as much in a train. Look at that. That's actually not able to keep up here. That's not able to keep up. What? How do we run completely out here? And this one is... Come on. Yeah, so... Where is it? We have literally one train, and it's... Oh, right. It's because this one is... What are you? I just caused congestion in my own little train network here. I don't know what you guys are doing. I don't think I actually want you here. Can you just go back? Just... Yeah. Now I have to complain that the other one doesn't exist, but that's okay. It just has to pretend to exist. Then we can still get the blueprint. Okay, so I think that little hiccup was a congestion issue. Now this is heading to inbound. Where are we at? 1.7. Next one. You can also say that since these are going on a loop, then the whole loop is going here, down there, around, and up and around. Like if you draw this line, it can't really be much more effective if we sort of allowed U-turns to happen. Like granted, it would go straight over here and then U-turn and go in. But having it just go this nice loop here is actually, it doesn't feel particularly ineffective. Oh, hold on. Is it? No, it's actually not going down there. How the hell is it? Where is that actually going? How do you get back to somewhere? Let me just see where that's going. Ah, it does a little silly loop there. That's a bad loop. Yeah, it does some weird loops. Yeah. Interesting if this one will actually... Oh, look at that. It actually turned off. Lights are off. That means it's 0 out of 0. And once this goes down below 15, then the lights... Yep, we go. Lights come on. 14,000 something. Lights come on. This one goes to 1-1. In the meantime, this one will always have another one coming inbound. Alright. Looks like it's working. Are there any ways to make sure that they are close to the incoming order? Now it's going to be an issue with bigger base. No, there is no way. Yeah, there's a... no. Maybe in a future iteration when we have that have something like that, then right now we're working with infinite resources. But I would imagine that, okay, that's grown a little bit. I would imagine that we could get to a point where when we identify that there is some ore in the next one, then we'll build. We identify that there's iron ore, then we'll build iron ore, and then we'll set a flag that says build an iron smelter immediately. So we always, after we find a new ore deposit, we always do the next tile after that will be a smelter of that type. That would probably be a really good idea, because then you make sure that, well, when you find a new deposit that's 10 million here, well, at least some of it is going to be only traveling until the next one. The major issue, station could only request train if another left it, not before. That's true. It causes a lot of lag. Yes, that's true. It causes exactly the travel time of latency. And yes, having a stacker and all these things are correct, but also having 181 trains would be better, but I don't have that option. Having a stacker is not really an option either. We can explore that, but it's certainly not now. I guess we could just go like and actually have it come in from here, and then there we go. We have a stacker. It's not even that simple. Damn! Stop doing that. There you go. So my concern is, okay, so I am aware that this can be a problem. I'm doing this test to see if it is a problem. If I am able to bring trains in fast enough, then it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. It's because it's completely irrelevant. As long as I can bring trains in fast enough, then it's not a problem. But if I can't do that, yeah, if I can't do that, then of course I need to do something. But if I can, then they might be like, oh, it's getting a little bit close. Like, yeah, it is. If it runs 100% all the time, all the cases, it's probably not. So, and if it could easily be like really unfortunate, there's some train congestion, there's a long distance for the raw resources to come in, and there's a high demand. Like all those things conspire to make it impossible to get it in here. Yes, then we have an issue. The question is then the travel time. Let's just check actually the travel time in our case here. I don't know if that's, because that'll be basically what we can win. Let's see when something departs. Looking for one of the trains departing. There's 3 trains. There we go. There's one departing. Yeah, that one. $16 seconds. So I'm not saying it's nothing. And it's probably going to be like 16 seconds versus 2 seconds. 1 second, maybe 2 seconds. Short distance and ideal conditions. Yeah, but I mean, this is short distance. It's still 5 tiles away. Like, think about 5 tiles away, how big of an area that actually can cover. It just means that you have to get it within this area. That's something I would say is reasonable to expect. If a station was capable of requesting a second train when supply is very low, they could automatically go out. Then that would also be, that would be an extra circuit, then an extra circuit condition. That would be basically, this one is 15, so if that would be something like, if it's less than 5, then it would also set another L, and then the L would be 2. That's actually interesting. I don't even think I need a stacker for that. I want to try that without a stacker. Because I don't think the stacker is actually needed for it. I am thinking this is going to be... most. Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah. So I want these to be always empty. Yeah. And then I want this part to... There you go. Then I empty. I want to see how bad it actually goes when... Huh, not enough logistics chests. Oh, they're just desperately shoving it over here. More unfiltered. And sort of. Yeah, we'll get this. We'll get it. 500. Go. Fight. Alright, so the idea is now this will now be 2, and this will be 2, and then there are 2 inbound, and there's 2 inbound coming in here. Switch to editor to deconstruct. Yeah, it's instant. Yeah, you're right. And then this one's like, oh no, but it only until this one is empty, and then we'll get into a better situation. This is only going to be a very short time it blocks. Come on, get out of here. Get out of here. Out of here. You're out of here. There you go. And now it will not block anyway, because they still have less than the 5,000, so it still requests 2, but it can only get 1, because the other one is probably just going back and turn around. And even if we set more, then those will be inbound. And there will be the travel time from it leaves. Now it requests another one. 0 of 1. 0 of 1. Come on, you lazy trains. Go. Next. Go. Go. Next one comes zooming in here. So this will help stack it up faster. And then once we get to this one, now we can see that it only requests 1 train anymore. And this one still requests 2 trains, and there are 2 trains inbound. As soon as this goes above 5,000, then there's 2 trains inbound, but only 1 is actually requested. Here comes the next one. Oh, that was really close. Okay, and then coming in. And now we're sort of in the domain of only one train. I actually like this. That gets it started early, and if it dips below, then it can recover. It's still it's a little dangerous. A little bit. The stack train could block both. It goes to the bottom and the top is frees up. Like this one. Yeah, I would go here, but it doesn't change. No, it doesn't change when it gets to a chain signal. It won't change what train is what station it's assigned to. So it doesn't change it, then it doesn't matter. So what do you guys think about this? You can probably shuffle the curve from the main line more to the right. From the main line more to the right. Yes, but the advantage is this one. That it doesn't... If I shuffle this out, then actually when it gets stuck here, if it gets stuck there, there, quick, it'll start sort of hanging in, having its ass hanging into the intersection, which is a big congestion issue. But having it here, then it, yeah, sure, it blocks this path, but it doesn't block any of the other path for sort of an eventual bigger base. So I think it's going to be like this, or it's going to be like get those over and say that you come in from the side and go out on that side. Yeah, I think so. I think a deadlock could be formed due to that condition. I don't think a deadlock can form. I think that a soft lock can happen for a little bit, for as long as it takes to unload a train, and that's about 10-15 seconds. Once that's done, that leaves, next one comes in. Because if there was a roundabout here, then yes, it would be able to sort of try to go this way, but it couldn't go that way because it's waiting for something, and then sort of they got stuck in here. But I don't have roundabouts. Then it would have to be the whole circle around here just jams up in one go all the way to get stuck here. I think so. Yeah. But this is now recovering pretty well. Good. We have a plan B. Exactly, we have a plan B. Okay, I don't think I'm going to be doing more than this. So it took a little bit longer than I had anticipated. I thought it would be a lot simpler to do this, but it didn't. It wasn't. But that's okay. This one doesn't need a stacker, does it? Yeah, this one needs a stacker as much as the other one. Yeah. I think so. I think next time I'm playing this, I will probably realize that I probably just should do this. Because right now I don't want to do it because of sort of, that was a decision I took long ago, many hours ago, and undoing at this point just doesn't make any sense. But fresh eyes, another more water under the bridge, then we go like, yeah, maybe just do that. All right, sure, that was better. Yeah. Anyway, it's gotten late. I'm happy with the stream. It's good to start building some blocks. Once we get this block, making this for copper as well is super simple. Even for steel is also going to be pretty simple, I think. And then we'll just go from there with onwards with more stuff. Anyway, thanks everyone for joining, and thank you so much for that generous hype trades. Oh, sorry, a little bit tired. On top of that, tomorrow, there's a new Factorio video today. Tomorrow I'll be playing Small Land and streaming it here on Twitch. I will be making a first look video if I wake up tomorrow. And so if you don't know what it is, you can watch the YouTube video and then come join the stream afterwards. Cool. And you're closer and closer to the inner ring I mentioned in the beginning of the stream. Yeah, but you know, you and Jeff know how that works, right? You just one step at a time. Cool. Thanks everyone. Awesome to see so many new people and just so many people in general. I will see you guys tomorrow. Good night. Take care. And stay effective.